Hey up! Okay. Fuck, is my mic blown the fuck out? I think it is. Whoops. Yeah, it serves me right. Serves me right. I took it with me, in my luggage, thinking, oh, at some point, I'll be able to to maybe stream or do something. No, not a shot, not a fucking chance, and I'm not muted, so go fuck yourself. How's it going? Yes, haircut. Yes, haircut. Oh my god, I know. Before you say it, I already know. Oh, fuck me. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, that's coming through. Nice.
Hooray. Dick has got the milk and cigs.
Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. You look baby-like. Well, that. I think it's an improvement now from looking in my fucking 30s. Yeah, I think it's a big improvement. Yeah, I know. Don't compare me to Soul Skibidi. Please, dear God, don't compare me to Soul Skibidi. No, we're not doing that at all, actually, now. We're not doing that. You can actually see. It's a proper skin fade as well. If people aren't in my my Discord, because I spoke about it when it happened, alright? I walked in on holiday. You should be able... In the UK, there should be some standards around here, you know? Walk into any kind of Turkish barbers, one of those places with the really shitty pictures up front from about 10 years ago of, I don't know, a bunch of Muslim lads with different variations of shaved heads with little kind of like slits in their eyebrows and shit. Just walk into there, anywhere around the country. You should be able to get a standard level of service. Apparently not. Apparently not. Apparently not. I walked in there, okay? This isn't even a me problem, okay? This is a them problem 100%. Walked in, said, yo, how's it going, buddy? How's it going, my man? Alhamdulillah. Am I right? Yeah, so I would like a 4 on the sides and, you know, whatever hair, you know, on top, just kind of like half it. You know, just kind of half the hair on top. And halfway through, he goes, oh, fade? Oh, I would love a fade, actually. You know what? I would love a fade. I love having a nice little contoured on the sides. You know, right at the bottom. Makes it feel a little bit more fresh. Yeah, this guy gave me a fucking skin fade that went all the way up like half of my fucking head. So here we are now. Here we go. Dude, nobody send this clip to Aiden. He's gonna get a PTSD flashback right now. It's gonna be pretty fucking bad, but there we are. You have no hair on your sides now? No, I know. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, so there we are. You want answering why you told him not to touch the top. What are you talking about? I told him to touch the top. What do you mean? Why you told him not to touch the top? I did. This is shorter. What the fuck are you talking about? If you were to... My hair before this would have come down, like, below my eyes, right? In fact, not only is it a bad decision to get this kind of haircut, okay? To go into a Turkish barber. I also got this haircut on probably, like, the worst fucking time that I possibly could, you know? It's really fucking bad. So, after all of the swimming, after all of the beach days, after all of the tanning, and after all of the surfing, constantly having to fucking swish my hair to one side so I can fucking see, not get salt water in there. Then, on one of the very last days, I decide, oh, you know what? Yeah, that sounds nice. I'll go in for a haircut, freshen up. Oh my god. Yeah. Tanning is still ivory. No, that's the problem, okay? I'd have a little bit more a color to me, except for the fact that this is completely untanned. Because that was covered by hair the entire time. No, I did tan. I've got proof of it right here, actually. Yeah? Can you see that? I might need to get it in a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Holy shit, that looks so fucking bad. Okay. That looks worse. That looks worse on the camera than it actually does in real life, okay? I'll just say that.
That's rough, buddy. The real ones know where it is from.
Thank you, Remnant, for the 5. All right, I hugely appreciate it. That's a tan for sure. That's the kind of tan that you get from spending way too fucking long in a wetsuit and not suntanning your fucking wrists. Oh, sorry, not suntanning your fists. Because you just, I don't know about anybody else. I just assume that your fists are gonna get about enough suntan as you kind of lotion yourself up. Apparently not. Apparently they don't actually. Yeah, J-Stalk got arrested. I've been hearing this. I've been hearing this from some of the brand new news sources. Oh my fucking god. Oh, dude. I've been trying to keep tabs on drama that's been going on while I've been away. And unfortunately, there's just nothing going on. There's like been nothing. People have been rolling around in the dirt with DGG again. You know, there's been endless litigation about whether, and I quote from Stardust, whether Cherry had J-Stalk's dried cum in her as she was going to the mental hospital, which, in my opinion, is a fucking crazy thing to say if you think that somebody was raped. But, you know, sexually humiliating who you believe to be a rape victim. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, not a whole lot other than that. Yeah, we can spam the penguin grape cherry memes right now, okay? Spam that real quick while I go and try and find my news source. Ah, she's vile. Why is she like that? I don't know. I don't know. It's just... I don't think Stardust has got any real consistent opinions on anything, it doesn't feel like. Every time that I hear Stardust talk about anything, it's like, okay, yeah, let's try and think through the personal grievance that might be coming out here. And yeah, okay, that perfectly explains everything, actually. Right? Oh my god, is it Guna? Or is it Morale? I think it might be Morale, right? Here we are. Here we go. Rumor has it that streamer J-Stalk got arrested last night while streaming. Certain viewers report hearing police in the background of his stream audio. I can't believe they got him. I'm hearing this. I'm hearing that justice has finally caught up with this guy. You know, it's taken long enough, frankly. It's a horrible failure of the Canadian ? Justice system. That this has taken so long. I saw Denal asking in chat earlier to pick between Beckett and J-Stalk. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if they had a debate or something like that, but basically my only take is the bird got what he deserved, I think. Not sure what he got arrested for. Not sure if he has been arrested. You know, this is just you know, preliminary reports right now. Whatever it was, he's not going to go away for long enough. Is basically my take on that. Oh, yeah, there we are. There we are. Oh, we're not still blathering on about the fucking Beckett video, are we? Jesus Christ. Some of you freaks needs to get a fucking life. That is actually a testament. I should have just checked this out, actually. Just don't even check. Go live and see what people talk about. And if they're still talking about the fucking Beckett video, or the Jar video or whatever, yeah, okay. Nothing's fucking happened. Don't worry. Listen, I've gone through... had a little bit of a gander. So I found some stuff that's popping up recently and some stuff that I wanted to talk about, alright? Nice, so there we are. Fab. Aiden called you a coward. What, for being on holiday? What do you mean? Or for not watching the Willie Mac Show video? Is that an extra... is that an extra complaint? Oh my fucking god. Yeah. You got a lot of reacting to do, Dix? Listen, hey, alright? ! Discord, if you're not already in there, go ahead and put something in there if you would like. For running. From what, we're not doing the same fucking memes again. This is fucking tiresome at this point. Alright. Let's get into some shit. Let's have a gander then, alright? Let's have a gander. What there's been so little fucking memes and drama coming out over the last, I don't know, week. I've been following, like, niche, insular AI drama. And I wouldn't speak about it at all, because nobody's going to be interested about it. Except, I've just checked, and as of 2 hours ago, I believe a leader at Google Mind, or Google DeepMind, has fucking prohibited their account over Twitter drama. Okay? So it all starts off with this. It all starts off with this image here. Rune, some fucking AI influencer, Okay? If we could coordinate a global capacity slowdown today, I would likely press that magic button. In terms of people want to, like, pause AI or whatever the fuck. My face when. And this is, like, the worst meme that I've ever fucking seen. It's, like, it's so fucking dull. It's so fucking dull. It's so fucking boring. You've got NATO? Who I assume is NATO? And then the pause movement coming in to take away this guy's GPU, and he's there with a shotgun. However, I guess this struck a chord with some people in the in the pause AI movement, because there were reports to the FBI made over this stuff. It was fucking great watching this shit unfold. I'm reporting this to the FBI. It's a threat of violence against the government, the pause AI movement, and my organization. At Pause AI Us, at Google DeepMind, at Seb Crea, should be fired. This is completely unacceptable. So, I mean, you can just take a look at this person's media tab. They have been spiraling over what they perceive to be a direct threat of violence to them for, I mean, people were afraid a little bit ago of what would happen to them if they had the Palestinian flag in their username. Now watch out, because it's going to be the fucking pause emoji. You will get shot by by high-up executives at Google DeepMind. But like I said earlier, the guy has now privated his Twitter account, presumably over this stuff. I don't know if it's the reports to the FBI, or if it's the constant pings, or what. But yeah, there we are. Over the course of the last 24 hours, glad I drove Seb Crea into hiding. Although, I would have preferred a simple removal and apology if this was indeed all an innocent mistake. And yeah, he's fucking gone. Yeah, you had other fucking retards as well. Concerning. Briefly summarize your analysis of this tweet. Crea appears to mock pause advocates as powerless, while portraying DeepMind as a armed, gleeful operator continuing the AI race. The problem is that Rune proposes a globally coordinated slowdown close to... Don't care. So that's what I've been looking at. That's what I've been looking at. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know if the FBI will have fucking contacted him with that shit. I doubt that Google DeepMind wants anyone who's working for them publicly to start poking the fucking bear over over shooting pause AI advocates. Oh my fucking god. But there we are. And this is the fucking problem with niche insular drama. I've said this before about Twitter. It's actually fucking amazing for it. You click on one of these threads, and then your entire For You page is this level of dishonest dust kicking over a meme image that never in any other context had been treated as a call to violence should make it overwhelmingly clear that Pause AI and his members do not act in good faith. I mean, yeah, these are supposed to be people who are getting together to be able to save humanity by lobbying the US government. And yeah, they're currently crying. They're currently crying over Twitter memes. Fuck me. Okay, there we are. But that's a little update on what I've been following. Completely off stream. Completely unrelated to, I'll be honest, anything fucking interesting. Hold on. I asked for people to link me stuff, and people are linking me stuff. Hold on. What the fuck is this?
Immigrants. Let's just call it what it is. There's new immigrants. Let's just...
No! Not this again. Is this actually Windy Fox? I think it is, right? Sue Destiny. Fucking hell, man. This clip is, like, gonna come back to haunt Sleepy at some point. I think it already has, right? I think people have been trying to post this shit around, like, again and again and again.
Just call it what it is. They're outbreeding us, okay? They are outbreeding the black Canadian. They are outbreeding the white Canadian. They're outbreeding the Arab Canadian. They're outbreeding the Italian Canadian. We can't keep up, all right? These motherfuckers have they have not had their breeding abilities nerfed, okay? All of us have been nerfed, all right? All of us can't do it. They have the breeding buff.
Dude, why the fuck have 3 people put this in my inbox at this point? Fuck, no!
These new breeding abilities nerfed, okay? All of us have been nerfed, all right? All of us can't do it. They have the breeding buff, and we're getting fucking out demographics, okay? A, we keep importing them. B, member of this group inside the country. This group has babies at a higher rate than essentially any other Canadian group. You're going to have politicians that have to appeal to them more and more. So yes, I'd to answer your question. People are scared of immigrants, and they should be. These
Name one thing that he said that was wrong. Name one thing that he said that was wrong. No! Chronic Sonic. No! Of course, Chronic's at him with this shit. So, do you believe in the great replacement theory? I mean, I don't need a theory. Some other guy wrote up to justify what I'm looking at. Ah, your lying eyes, yeah? The liberal media is trying to get us to ignore our lying eyes. It's pretty clear that my country is demographically shifting. God forbid Israel's demographic shift though, right guys? No! Sleepy! Sleepy! Pull up, dude! Pull up! You're making the argument! You're making the fucking white nationalist argument! No! You think this is going to be better for you? I promise you this is worse. If Israel can have an ethno-state, why can't we? They have a homeland. The Jews can have a homeland, but nobody else can? The crazy thing is as well that I think this is made in reference to that video that iDubbbz posted talking about immigrants, you know? Where he just like critiques some obvious South African white nationalist who's going around Italy and saying, "Is this Rome anymore? I don't think this is Rome anymore, is it? It's got brown people here. I don't like it. I think these people should all be deported. And we should have ethnic states. Is this person really from Paris? Are they really Parisian? Oh. Yeah. Inbox. Okay. Your coverage of that video sucked. I just gave iDubbbz the W because he deserved the W. What do you want me to say? Some people are so fucking horny to like dunk on iDubbbz or some shit. They'll like abandon all their political stances. No, actually, I'm a white nationalist. I didn't really think about it too much until iDubbbz said that racism bad, and now I'm kind of thinking racism good. I'm not sure. Shave your face, go full soul. I don't think I will. What's this you're putting in inbox? Huh? What? Me after realizing I can just snark the snarkers. You won't be able to snark us very soon. What's that supposed to mean? Hey? What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god, I need to go and find the fucking clip. That's right. Go down. Twitter, bookmarks, favorites. There we are. The very first, the clip that I made my fucking favorites category on Twitter for.
That's in your community, Aiden.
That's my guy.
That guy is gonna, that guy's gonna rape you, Aiden. He's gonna rape you so fucking hard, it's gonna be unbelievable, okay? You're gonna get raped beyond belief because that guy's in your community. It's crazy. It's crazy, because he has, the OPSEC he has is fucking...
That's in your community, Aiden. That's my guy.
That guy is gonna...
Yeah, I mean, Dan tried to warn him, to be fair. Dan tried to give him a little bit of a heads up. Oh, everything after this, it's all exactly what he deserved. What the fuck is in my... Got something from a suspended account.
We have gotten that idea from Benjamin Netanyahu.
Okay, a meme clip. Pedometer, nice. The Mexican guy. Oh yeah, actually, so I have been keeping up a little bit with some of the drama that's been going on. I saw two clips from some of the Aiden debates. One of them where he was debating a girl, and Aiden asked, "Am I holocausting you?" and she demanded that Aiden be kicked from the panel because he was being anti-Semitic. And then a clip from later on in the debate where it sounds like bombs are going off in her fucking apartment. I considered quote retweeting it with this, but I just, oh man, I had a slight twinge of, is this wrong? Is this bad? Is this too far? And then I also couldn't be asked to deal with the fucking the discourse that it result. Yeah, there we are. Anyway, there we go. That's a little bit of a wrap up, a little bit of an introduction. Have you heard the new Boy George song? Look it up now. I don't know who that is. I don't know. Isn't Boy George like a gay man from the 60s? No? I think so. It's that girl that looks like Aiden too. I thought everyone said she looked like Queeman. I can't. Is it Alice Poole? Yeah. The only reason that I know about this person is because she tweets about DGG a shit ton. And she, like, blocked me a year ago, I think. And so I just haven't really known who the fuck she is. That's too far. She doesn't look like Queen. That's too far. You can't do that. You can't say that about him. Alright. Queenman looks pretty fucked up, okay, as a person. He looks like he's, like, been desouled several years ago. You can't do that to him, though, can you? You can't do that to him. She has dark hair now? Oh, wow. I hope that's completely changed the look. Unfortunately, I don't think it probably has, alright? Being honest about it. Can you react to the full Stardust and J-Stalk debate? What's the... Maybe. If that's interesting, I mean, what is it? Like 60 minutes? I saw one clip where Stardust was going like, John Pork. Oh, okay, this is like AIDS. Yeah, I think it was a clip from her side of the stream as well. And so you couldn't hear anything going on. It's 4 hours! What? It's 4 hours! I don't think I will, no! How? How the fuck do you put up with being in a call with Stardust for 4 hours to begin with? Never mind fucking arguing with her. Yeah, because the only thing that I saw... I don't think I saw any of the Substance tweets about it, clipping from, I don't know, the Snark side or whatever the fuck. All I saw was, I think clips from, I guess, Stardust's side, but it's from her stream, where she was turned all the way up so you could hear her perfectly, and then every now and again, at like, I don't know, like 5 decibels, like volume, you could hear J-Stalk. It's like, okay, right, nice. What are we doing here then? I don't know. Like, I found it impossible to even hear what J-Stalk was saying. But hopefully, yeah, I've been assured by people like Wick TV that Stardust absolutely raped J-Stalk. Absolutely raped J-Stalk during that debate. So I'm glad that somebody finally did it. You know, I'm glad that somebody finally did it. Yeah. She kept on doing one unfunny bit that's supposed to appeal to Gen Z Alpha. Wait, what? The John Pork bit? I mean, okay. Yeah, I guess so. Isn't this... I'm pretty sure this girl is like almost in her fucking 40s, isn't she? I'm pretty sure. Star Grape Penguin. Really? Star Baked Grape Penguin? I have heard this quite a lot, to be fair. Yeah. I mean... What goes around comes around. You know what I mean? That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Wait, didn't Stardust make a Hog Rider meme? Actually, no. Actually, I have seen a lot more of these clips now that I'm talking about it. Oh, fuck! Okay. Is it on... Did Stardust post it on her own Twitter? I think she might have. I'm a Hog Rider. I guess he's a Pog Rider. What was it? What was it? What was it? Somebody's got to know what I'm talking about.
I'm sure you've been snarked enough, so I'll say I hope you had a good holiday, buddy.
Thank you, ZM Punk. I appreciate it. Oh my god, yeah, Stardust posted this to our own fucking Twitter.
You are just non-responsive to the
I mean, I may be a hog rider, but you're a CP rider. You're a CP rider. I might be a hog rider, but you're a CP rider, so
you're the hog being ridden.
I am
Dude, oh my god. If you're gonna turn somebody down to that low, at least keep talking so they can't hear you. Dude. Oh my god, the little fucking peek through from J-Stalk that was so fucking good.
You're a CP rider. I might be a hog rider, but you're a CP rider, so
you're the hog being ridden.
I may be the hog rider, but you are the CP. You're a CP rider, bro. You ride CP. You send it to people. You linked him a photo. You found her Twitter and you linked.
Okay, nice. That's great stuff. We love that. Oh, I'm glad that Stardust is still thinking about the Hog Rider memes. What is it? Is it 3 years later? I think it might be 3 years later. She's still thinking about the fucking Hog Rider memes. Jesus Christ. That's pretty fucking good, though. You are the hog being ridden. Okay, nice. Hopefully this guy gets probation or something, so he gets let out of jail, alright? What did Beckett see in her? The world. The world. I'm not gonna finish that joke, right? Oh my god. Yeah, what's this about choosing between J-Stalk and Beckett? Is it over the question of Stardust? He cheated on her, lol. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure that Aiden just threw that out there because somebody DM'd him and said, "Hey, AD, did you hear that Beckett cheated on Stardust with Monstrous?" He's like, "Oh wow, really?" And then he just like repeated it on stream and had to try and encourage people to clip up him taking it back the next day. I think. Yeah. He showed DMs. I think it was talking about Beckett sexualizing that person, but it wasn't about Beckett cheating, right? Because apparently Stardust had to get in contact with Aiden the day after to say, "No, that's not true. Beckett didn't cheat on me." But anyway, yeah, that's that. Just all around pretty fucking retarded. Monstrous told him, "Did Aiden say that?" I don't think that's true. I don't know if you're like memeing right now. I don't know if you're memeing right now to be able to I don't know, get me to believe or like gaslight me into thinking that Beckett cheated on her. I'd cheat on her too, to be fair. I mean, I'd break up with her. I don't know what are you holding out for there? You trying to marry her for money? I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. You're so out of the loop, SMH. So out of the loop. Literally just explained. Okay, never mind. So, did Monstrous actually say, yes, Beckett was cheating on me? Or Beckett was cheating on Stardust with me? Yeah? It happened live. Monstrous came on and said that Beckett was cheating on me. Or Beckett was cheating on Stardust with me. It happened live. Wow, I'm glad that we've clarified that it happened live. No, I'm really, really glad. We've really got to the bottom of that topic. God, you're out of the loop so much. You're out of the loop so much. And then nobody's got any fucking specifics to tell me. Some of you guys are fucking useless, I swear to God. Okay. Nice. Speaking of Becky, he's live on Now Recording. Really? Now Recording is still a thing? No, he's not. Shut the fuck up. Beckett has got like 2 YouTube channels. There's no way that he's going in for like a third. Now Recording. No way. Oh my god. You poor fuckers. Alright, nice. Talking about the Tipster documentary that came out like a month ago. Okay, nice. You talking about that Pred EDP? Hello, Joe Budden. I will be talking about that Pred EDP. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. I think what I'm going to go in for is watching the trailer and then having a gander at what Moist Critical had to say. Because apparently, he's seen like a pre-release version of it. I'm sure that people are aware of this stuff, but this has almost become ancient commentary lore at this point. So Mike Clum, the guy who did a documentary talking about Boogie 2988, right? He's recently come out with a trailer for his documentary about EDP. That's gonna drop pretty fucking soon. Judeon has has leaked that this stuff was coming out recently. Judeon says, and this is the reason why I'm so interested in this. Judeon says that the contents of Mike Clum's documentary is gonna completely vindicate him on everything that he did in relation to the quote-unquote pred catch with EDP, right? So all about the fact that he had a 15-year-old girl who was actually being used as like a real child to talk to EDP back and forth. Yeah, apparently it's going to completely blow the case wide open, but Judeon cannot leak the details of it to be able to defend himself against the accusation of, you know, using a real minor and a pred catch. No, we've all got to wait for the documentary, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Actually, fuck it. Yeah, trailer, and then we'll go in and see what Charlie said about it as well.
And again, I have it right here. I know the answer, but I just need you to tell me the answer. How old is she? 13. 13, okay. And before we get into the messages, there was sexual content involved, yes or no? Right. And you said... Correct. Okay, all right. Again, so what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
What the fuck is this? This is so fucking good, actually. I actually fucking love this. I actually fucking love this. POV, you are the cupcake.
This is the story.
What the fuck is this, AI? I don't think this is AI. Because Mike Clum has been working on this documentary for how many years at this point? Is it 3? Almost 3 years, right? 2 years ago. When did this come out? Yeah, almost 3 years Mike Clum has been working on this documentary. And I think all of the footage got gathered probably around 3 years ago, from what I believe. So I think that might actually be EDP in a real room with a light fucking spinning around him connected to a, I don't know, a fucking ceiling fan or some shit.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake. This is the story of EDP 445.
Like, he went to that place to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Definitely.
How the fuck is Mike Krogel involved in this story? What? I don't even understand. Was he there on the ground at the time? Did he bake the fucking cupcake? How is he involved in any of this stuff? I'm guessing it's just YouTuber connections, right?
Viewer discretion is advised. You know, dude's a perverted dude.
EDP soliciting sex from who he thinks is an underage kid.
He sent me videos of him masturbating.
Wait, what the fuck? What? Kayla is in this documentary as well. Okay, interesting. She hadn't told me anything about that. Damn, Svock. So that was the girl who was talking back with EDP. Interesting. That's the minor. Yeah.
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? You need...
Sex tapes. That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy.
Can't wait for the Mike Clum sick mind of dickest doc.
Yeah, just wait a couple of years, alright? Just wait a couple of years.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? You need to stop doing this documentary.
I mean, I don't think you can say watch him risk it all again in the context of EDP, can you? I mean, the last time that he was trying to risk it all, he was sending pictures of his shit in the fucking in the toilet basin to who he believed to be, no, actually a 15-year-old girl. What do you mean? Watch him risk it all again?
Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know?
Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear.
Dude, what the fuck? How the fuck is anybody sitting down and watching this like a real documentary? What is this guy doing? EDP is like a tragic case of a content creator who just can't move away from the fucking influence, the notoriety, people knowing his fucking name. You know what I mean? Holy fuck. Like, people showing around fucking meme images or meme videos of some of his shorts or whatever the fuck. Or watched his food reviews and stuff. Now, then he got exposed for being a total fucking pedophile. And now you've got 2 years down the line, him talking about all of the internal details of his sick pedo thought process. To be able to get, what? Let's be real. Probably a few million videos on his fucking documentary. Delving into his fucking mind.
He was talking to 13 and 12-year-olds. Fuck all that.
No, fuck off. Fuck off. This is not real. This is a fake out. This documentary is fucking fake. What are you telling me? You've got an actor to be able to to be able to play out EDP's life?
Fuck all that.
Dude, who the fuck? This guy must be fucking desperate for work. You haul your fucking ass downtown because you're trying to make it as a struggling artist, like a fucking actor, and then you read the script. I've got to say what? I've got to do what? I've got to take a picture of what? What? You don't want that on your fucking IMDb, do you? Like, no documentary can pay this fucking well. I don't think that Mike Klum can, at the very fucking least, right? He's got one documentary under his belt, and now he's playing young and impressionable black men to be able to reenact the actions of a pedophile. Listen, when Mike Klum eventually makes his documentary about Soul Skibidi, right? I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there to fill his boots.
None of you fucking faggots can break my ass because I'm still standing.
Whoa!
Bitch.
Okay. You got an F slow drop as well? You know, the pedophilia was bad enough, but the homophobia, that's where EDP really lost me. Alright, nice. Yeah. So I think Smaggle told me that this shit was going to drop pretty fucking soon, and here we are. What is it going to be? This has got to be in US. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's in US date codes. So August 10th. Damn. Nice. 13 days. Looking forward to it. Do we want to have a gander at the in the live chat? I don't know if we do. I don't think we do. Nah, probably leave it actually now I'm thinking about it. That's going to be a fucking hellscape. Yeah, so listen, okay. Only 13 more days. And then we're going to be able to find out exactly why EDP was innocent. It's going to be great, you know? It's going to be great. Alright, fab. Wait. But there's a typo in my fucking title? Maybe tell me where the typo is. Instead of just saying typo in title. Yeah? Okay. Wait, hold on. Guna. I'll have a look at your voice message after I finish this, okay? I promise you. I promise you I will. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, exposed. Exposed. Maybe I meant exposed. Maybe I meant exposed. Alright, nice, I appreciate it. What the fuck is this? My face is not that low down on my head. My head is not that fucking bulbous either. To be fair, this is something I always have. After I get a fucking haircut. People assume that my head looks fucking huge because I got a big head of hair. Nah. Nah. My skull is just fucking huge. My cranium is just enormous. I've got a fucking caveman head. Alright, fab. Nice. I'm moving on. Alright? I'm moving on. Okay. Let's have a look at what Charlie said about it. So, Moist Critical released the video talking about his perspective on the documentary, I guess. Again, I don't know why Charlie Moist Critical is getting in on all these fucking, like, exclusives for any of this stuff. He wasn't involved in the initial expose. He wasn't really involved in like a lot of the commentary after the fact. Money, duh. I guess so. Just a random celebrity to be able to put in there. That's propaganda, alright?
A few years ago, Mike Klum came out of nowhere from the top.
Yo, Core God, thank you for the $5. Lemon character, laughing to himself. Thank you.
Top turnbuckle, delivering a flying elbow drop that no one was expecting. Fresh off the battle bus, he deployed a cinematic experience that really kind of took the internet by storm. A professional, extraordinary documentary on Boogie 2988. And since then...
Yo, Scallywag, think of the 3 Australian. Lemon character waving goodbye while winking and sending a shooting star. Thank you.
It'd been radio silence. But there were some whispers and some information floating around about his next project that he was hard at work on, a documentary covering EDP 445, Eat That Pussy 445, and now it's here. Well, the trailer is. He just dropped the trailer for it, The Sick Mind of EDP, and the full documentary is scheduled for August 9th. And I'm gonna spill the beans here, cat's out of the bag. I've seen the whole thing. Not only have I seen the entirety of the documentary, I've even seen the fucking Snyder Cut version of it, of things that didn't make it. It is...
Thank you, Will Is Me, for the $2. Lemon character, running around, then kneeling on the floor. His arms wide. Thank you very much.
Legitimately unbelievable. And to be clear, this isn't a documentary that just aims to slopify a criminal, which EDP is. And he openly admits to, I think it was like close to 20 crimes throughout the entirety of the documentary. It might have been more. He himself openly admits to tons of crimes. And the documentary isn't just like a piece of entertainment to point and laugh at EDP. It tells the whole story and showcases the dangerously delusional, violent predator that he is, and brings in like professionals to also talk about it as well. It's not...
Yeah, I mean, EDP is like a pedophile. I think he's largely known as a pedophile online, right? I don't know if we're breaking new ground with this stuff. This is an advert. I'm looking forward to some of the fucking the little drops about this. Again, people have been waiting for this, or at least I have, for like 3 years. There was some rumors, I think a little bit ago, right? That Mike Klum was working on a documentary with EDP and Boogie, I think. Because there was a leaked photo of them sitting down and talking to one another, right? And there was a bunch of fucking drama around, oh my god, why the fuck is Mike Klum even talking to EDP, you know? So yeah, this has been in the works for a while. People have been waiting for this for fucking ages. Who do you think is worse, EDP or Boogie? So EDP is a pedo in like an actual pedo way, you know? Whereas Boogie is a pedo in like a girl talk way, I think. You know? I think. But the question you want to ask yourself is, they're kind of tied on that aspect. But has EDP ever lied about having cancer?
Not just like this, you know, goofy piece or anything. It is covering a genuinely dangerous, evil person. Like, I really wouldn't...
Like, who's got the rape spectrum? Hold on. I need the rape spectrum image to be able to explain what I'm talking about here. Okay? Here we are. I regularly consult this image to be able to rack up my own... It's like a carbon footprint, but for rape. You know? I try and figure out exactly where I am. So, I would say that pedo rape is probably down here. You know? Like a 10 out of... like 100 out of 100. 100% giga turbo rape, right? Dating a girl who has recently become 18, like an 18-year-old minor, freshly 18, that is probably somewhere around, I would say, a 20. You know? I would say maybe a 20. She was a big fan of Boogie, apparently. Didn't have a great relationship with her parents. I'd say undoubtedly a little bit, you know, just slightly vulnerable, you know? That's maybe a 20. We're not dealing with a giga rape there. That's kind of, you know, that's fine. That's socially acceptable. However, you'll also notice another one on this diagram. Having sex with an unenthusiastic sex worker. Now, how many times has Boogie done that? I think this guy spent like tens of thousands of dollars pissing away money fucking prostitutes, didn't he? So let's just say that he did it 10 times. Being conservative, really fucking conservative, 10 times. That's already 120. Those add up. So in terms of like a full-scale, you know, like rape carbon footprint, I think that Boogie is like a lot fucking worse, actually, you know?
Be surprised for renewed interest from the authorities after this documentary comes to light here, because I'm not kidding or exaggerating. He brazenly admits to so many crimes, confirming his intent behind so many things in regards to children. Like, I don't know how these things could just be ignored by authorities when he himself is just fucking bragging about it and going into detail on all of it. So that way there's no confusion or guesswork or anything. There's even a section where Mike talks to like a lawyer about all of this and like, hey, what would you say to EDP? And immediately he says, stop doing the documentary, shut the fuck up.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? You need to stop doing this documentary.
That's a piece of it, but he was expressing confusion that he would even...
I mean, is anything actually going to come out of this legally? Oh, dude, actually, if EDP ever goes to fucking trial, if he ever gets actually properly caught, you know? If you get somebody better than Gideon to be able to work on a documentary about this stuff, then maybe. And the character evidence that he's given over here is going to be fucking insane. We'll have to see if that ever happens, though.
Agreed to do this because he is just outwardly admitting to all of these crimes, remorse with no remorse, like even just casually talking about his crimes and like his intent and everything. It is shocking, like genuinely, like I'm not using that as like a buzzword. It was shocking to watch this. And Mike Klum financed this entire thing.
Oh, fuck me. I've already got back. I've got like a fresh set of eyes, you know. My optimism is like cranked up to 100. Listen, I don't want to already go in for the cynical take, but this feels a little bit like, you know. So tell us about how you're a giant pedo. I'm a giant pedo. What? No way. No way. What? When you were texting that 15-year-old girl and you said you wanted to have sex, did you want to have sex with her? Yeah. What? No way. What? No way. I can't believe he's saying this.
Out of his own pocket for the better part of 2 years. And the quality here, it's indistinguishable.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
It was the Turks, bro.
What did you do to your hair?
It was the fucking Turks, alright? Thank you for the £2. Thank you for the $2, rather.
From, like, the biggest budget documentaries that you'll find, like Netflix documentaries. It's an incredible work here. Like, this is his magnum opus. Like, this was a 2.5-year-ish project, and the work that went into it, man, the thousands of hours, it shows. I really wouldn't be surprised if EDP does end up in handcuffs after this premieres. Like, I know that's probably like really, you know, over the top to even think something like that's a possibility, but when you watch this documentary, you'll see what I mean. He openly talks about his crimes that he got away with. And
Steven's just being a silly guy.
Why do you look like a lesbian version of Sabrina Carpenter?
Thank you for the 5. I hugely appreciate that.
Documentary doesn't pull any punches or shy away from it. Mike Klum shows you all of it, and EDP himself doesn't shy away from it. He admits to all of it numerous times. Some crimes I didn't even know he'd committed, he talks about. I just don't know how the local law enforcement would plug their ears and shield their eyes to it. Like,
Oh my god, please don't start the fucking... Oh, don't start this already. I can see what's gonna fucking happen. As soon as this hits, Gideon is gonna do... I'm predicting this, okay? A month of back-to-back-to-back-to-back coverage trying to force the hand of some police department to be able to take this seriously and get over the hurdle that, well, might be dramatized. He might be saying stuff to be able to get a big fucking documentary. These sworn statements you can take to in court. Probably fucking not. Oh my god! I'm already predicting it. It's gonna be a huge fucking thing.
openly brags about it. You'll always remember this day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow, and he just keeps going on and on and on about all of these crimes. Like, he's not a ghost, he's not fucking DB Cooper. He is proudly talking about it, bragging about it. So, like, to me, it feels like there should be, like, a subsequent investigation from the local law enforcement, at the very least, to look into EDP here about all of this shit that is documented. And
yeah, it's gonna be the fat black caked up pred catcher versus the fat black cupcake hungry pedophile
that he talks about as well.
It's like Batman and Superman coming this fall. I'm predicting it.
But I also really appreciate that Mike Klum is using this documentary to benefit victims of sexual violence. The money that is being raised through this documentary is going directly to RAIN, which is a charity to help victims of sexual violence, which I thought was just such a nice gesture. I think that's just extraordinary. So Mike Klum spent 2.5 years on this, financed out of his own pocket to deliver this masterpiece documentary here, and the money is helping people that could really benefit from it. RAIN is a...
Who do you want to win, Dickie? Oh, between EDP and Gideon. Well, it's not that I want EDP to win, right? It's not that I want EDP to win. It's like a little bit of a, you know, it's a shame that both sides can't lose kind of thing. Because EDP is a pedophile, and me personally, I don't know how anybody else feels about it, alright? But me, I don't like pedophiles, okay? I'll just give that contentious take now. Not really a big fan of pedophiles. But Gideon is a wretch, and I hate him. So, I don't know. Basically, I want this documentary to, as much as possible, just shit on Gideon and say that he failed at every turn to be able to actually get this, you know, served to the police and get anything done with this investigation. Hopefully, you know, hopefully. I would say that it'd be a huge disservice if this documentary didn't actually go into the failures there and why EDP isn't in jail today. Because if there's this much fucking evidence and he's admitting to this much fucking stuff, he should be in jail, right? Every admission and little morsel that EDP gives in this documentary that people are going to go, oh my god, he's such a pedo, right? Every single time that he feels comfortable enough to say something like that, that is because Gideon failed, right? If Gideon had actually turned the fucking heat and actually done things the right way, EDP would not feel comfortable enough to be able to say stuff like that in public, right? Complete and utter fucking failure.
Great charity, and I think that's just super nice. Anyway, though, I've been yapping a lot about it. Let me show you a little bit more of the trailer here. I highly recommend you go check out the whole thing. He has the premiere scheduled if you want to, you know, save a tab for it so you don't miss it.
Fucking a bitch's innocence away, you know?
Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear.
People ask that question to pedos all the time, and I don't know quite what answer they're expecting. I don't really understand. I don't like, what are you expecting when you ask that question? Are you going to expect anything other than I found them like sexually attractive, I'm a pedophile, I'm a complete nonce? What are you expecting them to fucking say? I don't know. I was raped as a kid, maybe.
To interject here, I can't resist. It's like an itch I have to scratch because I now that I can yap about it, it's hard not to yap about it because the things EDP...
Does Charlie have to disclose whether he's receiving commission from the documentary revenue? I don't think so. I would be very, very skeptical if he was, because I don't think this kind of stuff really works like that, right? Like, does Moist Critical even take a paycheck from when he streams anymore? I don't think that Moist Critical is that kind of financially incentive about this kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that he was just involved with this stuff. He thinks that it's going to be really cool. He's been waiting a while, and so he wants to, like, gas it up. You know what I mean?
Says and does throughout this documentary are incomprehensible. I do not think any of you are... You couldn't even fathom, like, what is in the documentary here. So, like, that little clip right there where he says verbatim the reason why he wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is pretty fucking clear. He says shit like that throughout the documentary numerous times with no shame whatsoever. He is just openly talking about it. Like, just openly talking about it. And he, like, the things he agrees to do, like the shots of him in the orange jumpsuit behind bars and stuff like that. He just actually wanted to do all that. Like, there's a scene in here as well where they're outside of like a real prison with him in the jumpsuit. There's a scene where he digs his own grave. Like, it really is a fucking sick mind. Like, EDP is like, yes, it is like, you know, become a source of like goofs and gags to like point and laugh at EDP, but it's important to remember, like, he actually is like a dangerous man. Like, he actually is like a fucking filthy degenerate man who is a...
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? EDP wants the attention. Like, when he launches these new YouTube channels, it's not because he's trying to get an extra source of revenue, right? I'm pretty sure that if he did try and get monetization and put his, like, real details in there, that's just, like, like, fast-tracking your way to being, like, permabanned again, right, for ban evasion. He does it because he wants people to find him funny, and he does it because he wants people to, like, give him attention and stuff, right? That's the reason that he'll do these stupid, like, hijinks for this documentary.
A very not safe person to be around. And there are so many things in this documentary that make that abundantly clear. Now, in the version that we...
Didn't this in-war watch kid porn? With no Saku? Why are you all hoity-toity about this? Performative as fuck. I don't think that's quite accurate. I don't think that's quite accurate. I should read chat messages before I read them aloud.
We saw when Mike brought it to us at the farm, it was the raw version, and it couldn't exist on YouTube in that form. So I have no doubt that it's gone through some changes so that way it can stay on the platform. But in the version that we watched, even off rip, like one of the first scenes is Mike and EDP are in a car, EDP's driving, they stop, and then there's some kids outside on the sidewalk nearby because there's a school, and just totally unprompted, out of nowhere, EDP just starts talking really creepily about those children. Like, this is a dangerous predator. And there are multiple instances where he just goes on these fucking monologues, like these sexual fueled monologues about like some unhinged, gross shit. Another thing that becomes very clear in the documentary is his infatuation with the idea of violence. He talks multiple times, a lot really, about how close he is to killing people, like the people he wants to murder. He is...
What? Is this such a common thing with black pedophiles? I mean, we've got EDP and we've got Spinal BJ. I don't know if that really makes a pattern, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But it's very weird that it's happened twice. I don't know.
Glued to the idea of violence. Like, this is an unstable, evil, sick predator. And something Mike did that I thought was a really good idea is he brings in, like, professionals to talk about EDP.
Why is he spoiling it? Shut the fuck up. What, were you waiting for the documentaries to be able to find out that EDP's a pedophile? Yeah, sorry. Big spoilers there.
As well in the documentary and present through it like that lawyer you heard from a moment ago. And I think that adds a lot.
Also, David, holy fuck. Okay, we're building this out now. Maybe black people are just buying. Oh my god. Yeah, coming back to streaming, already giving the worst fucking takes. Nice. Yeah, I missed this.
Not to the overall documentary. He also has like recreations of his childhood using actors and stuff, which was a pretty wild endeavor to go through here, to like actually hire actors for the documentary, which is why he's calling it a cinematic experience there, because it is like a cinematic experience going through like his history, but it is one that is
best of the worst takes. Listen, okay, if Sleepy can get away with this stuff, I can get away with this stuff as well. You know?
Aiming to tell the story of this dangerous man who has got away with unthinkable shit. And I'm hopeful that this will lead to at least some kind of reinvigorated interest in the case of EDP from the authorities. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And at the very least, at least it's benefiting victims of sexual violence through the money that it's raising for RAIN. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this a bit since I saw the trailer went up today. I cannot wait for August 9th for it to drop. Mike Klum really did outdo himself, man. This is a pretty unbelievable documentary. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Nice. Okay. I'm pretty sure, didn't Mike Klum just started originally as like a documentary maker that Boogie hired, right? To be able to make his documentary. Then Boogie fell through and didn't want to post it on his. And then there we are. He's had like a stellar success with the Boogie documentary. Man, I don't know. I do hope that Mike Klum stays on and does documentaries after this. But I worry that it's two documentaries that basically started being filmed at the exact same time. And now they've both come to fruition. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Hopefully he carries on. Hopefully he carries on, because it's good shit. I thought Klum reached out to him. Wait, really? I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Yeah, I thought that it was a little bit more haphazard than that shit, but... No, there we are. Say Mike Klum 10 times fast stickers. Are you trying to get me to say Mike Hum? Is that it? Damn. Okay. Really going in with the highbrow stuff today. Nice. I like it. There we are. That's the EDP stuff. There's literally nothing to say other than this is coming out in like 2 weeks' time, so it should be good. I'm looking forward to it, you know? Yeah, shout out to Mike Cock as well. So why did I say... Okay. Also, Nick! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to Nick! Yeah, never mind. Okay. You're looking like your family left you behind for Christmas, and you have to combat 2 criminals with that haircut. I don't even know what that fucking means. I've got to combat 2 criminals. You look like your family left you behind on... Okay, right. Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. I don't look like that at all, actually. I actually don't look like that at all. It's embarrassing how long that took for me... took to click for me, though. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. No, not even close. Is it? No. Just picture of Soul Skibbity, and that's it at the end, okay? I don't have the hairline of Macaulay Culkin when he was like a 10-year-old boy, okay? Despite the fact that I wish that I did. Yeah, fuck it, okay? Swedish Crow was complaining about this, that I wasn't bringing this up. Oh my god, and she even especially made a video for it as well. Or especially edited together a picture. Damn. Yeah, that's true. That is indeed a picture of Soul Skibbity. With a skin fade. And then it's also a picture of Dickers with a skin fade. Oh my god, I can't tell which is which, guys. I can't even tell which is which. Did Swedish Crow just mirror this image of Dickers? Oh, incredibly low effort. This is how fucking far we've sunk, huh? This is how little content's going on. Yeah, same guy. Aiden's watching with one hand right now. One hand on his cock, one hand on the phone to the police. That's the kind of weird dynamic that Aiden's got going on right now. You know? Find 10 differences. Yeah, okay. 10 is unrealistic. I'd be able to find some differences, though. I'd be able to find some very notable differences. Ah! First difference. Gay rapist. Heterosexual rapist. Boom. There you go. Pointed one out. Perfect. Nice. Alright. Great. Okay. I think we've got access to, I think we've got a little bit more lined up. What are you saying, chop chop? What do you mean? Chop chop what? What am I not doing? The mustache makes you look like a pervert. But that was already going to happen anyway, so, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, despite appearances, I'm not the gay rapist. That's what I'm landed on. My message. Oh, fuck. Okay. Sorry, I had a little bit of extra. I had a little bit of extra drama content coming in from a contributor of mine. Okay, Guna42, currently reporting for Niche Jimmy O streams. Let's go.
Okay, so Aiden said that someone joined his server and that he had been talking to this person about the Beckett Monstrous situation. And he said, like, they joined recently, and if you go back to the date that he's talking about, like, that he's talking about this on, like, Monstrous joined the server, like, literally, like, 1 or 2 days ago. So it's very obvious he's talking about her. And also, he had screenshots from Monstrous's perspective. So, I mean, you can say it's not definitive, but I mean, it's very, very obvious that he's talking about her.
Okay, so Aiden's talking about Monstrous. I'm not sure about this though, because Aiden has floated that exact same claim before. You know? Maybe I need to go and watch the clip in more detail. But I think that Aiden tried to float this before, but he didn't really gain much traction, I guess. I don't know. And now Aiden has leaked it a second time over the whole jar stuff, and yeah, I don't know. If Star says that it isn't true, she's literally got no reason to intervene, you know? So, there you go. Sweeping? What do you mean, sweeping? Just call him. Beckett. I might do. Fuck it. I think Beckett was touring around a little bit, wasn't he? Recently in the UK. I could have intercepted him in real life for an interview. So, Beckett. I understand why. I understand why, but when did you cheat on Stardust? Oh. Would you admit it if your ex was cheating on you on Discord? No. It's not about admitting it, Hengist. It's not about admitting it. It's about somebody else leaking that you had been cheated on by your ex, and that was the reason you broke up. And then you interceded to somebody that you don't like to clarify and say, hey, this isn't true. And to then jump in and lie. You know what I mean? That's the weird thing. But, yeah, there we are. Beckett took a vacation after he was exposed for cheating. Yeah, I'm sure. I just doubt it. I mean, the fact that Stardust has like jumped in to be able to clarify this shit. Yeah, probably not, if we're being honest. You know? You can't apply normal rationale to people like Stardust. Yeah, you can, actually. You can. Stardust might be retarded, driven by attention and wanting people to be able to back her up because she's got like really low self-esteem. But her mind works as much as anybody else's, you know, or in the same ways. If somebody, like, this is the thing you need to believe. Beckett did cheat on Stardust. Stardust is presumably unhappy about that. They break up. They agree not to say anything in public. Then somebody else leaks that Stardust had been cheating on, that Beckett had been cheating on Stardust. And then she jumps in 2 years later to be able to say, no, it's not true. Weird, you know? What are you doing? You hate Stardust. I'm being honest. Alright? That's it. I've got the indomitable burden of being honest. Dickers, why does your hair look like you dipped it in soy sauce? It looked bad on her. She couldn't hold a man down. Yeah, but you can tell that just by looking at her. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that anybody is going to hear about Stardust getting cheated on and going like, no way! No. Stardust? Cheated on? Somebody dating Stardust? Found somebody better? What? No. I think we all know. It's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. In fact, I'd be surprised if Beckett wasn't, you know? He's an attractive guy. Ginger, but, like, not deformed. Alright, nice. Did you bleach your hair? What do you think I've dyed my hair? No, I spent time in the sun. That's what happened there. Alright, I spent time in the sun. You look more ginger? No, I don't. But I appreciate you joining in. Nice. Fuck. Did I go over the Tommy C stuff? No. I saw that even while I was away, apparently Tommy C came back to stream after being fired from Lockout Live and started to, like, talk about me again. Started talking more generally about commentary, guys, I guess. But it's just, it's not even, like, usually, like, several months ago, 6 months ago, I probably would have gone on for that, for like, oh, wow, that's interesting. That might be funny. But it's just that Tommy C just gets things so fucking wrong that it's like, you can laugh at him for 5 minutes, but then it kind of, the shine kind of wears off. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's like everybody else is having a normal conversation, maybe disagreeing, but they're talking around the lunch table, you know, chatting shit about each other. And then you've got the one special needs child. Tommy C did go to special needs school, by the way. Just want to drop that in there. But you've got the one special needs kid with the fucking, the head brace on. No teeth, because he's, like, headbutted them all out. On the side, in the corner, kind of playing with his fucking crayons. And yeah. Yeah. How's it going, A-Space? Dude, oh my god, do we need to cut it off at some point? What are we saying? We're almost at the hour-and-a-half mark on stream. Yeah? Okay? After the hour-and-a-half mark, no more hair comments, okay? This cannot be a recurring thing for the entire fucking stream, okay? After 6 minutes time, you will get timed out for posting about the hair. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. How's it going, Ace? You're right, mate. Okay. Fuck. I need to catch up. Samuel, you can fuck off as well. I need to catch up on some of this skitty bitty stuff. Okay? Now, as gay as that is gonna sound, apparently Harmful Opinions has had a fucking hate boner going for this woman for the last 2 weeks. I was supposed to cover it before I went off, and now here I am. Okay? So let's have a gander. Let's have a go. Let's watch some of Harmful Opinions videos on it, and I think this skitty bitty person also made a response. Okay? So, let's go for it. Your hair looks retarded. Balding. We gotta spam hair comments. You look like a stereotypical bully from a Disney show. That says a little bit more about your psychology than it does about my hair, I think. I feel like that's a little bit of a showing your hand a little bit, I think. No? Okay. Skitty Bitty. Let's go. Okay. Skitty Bitty's Discord army. Is this where it starts? 2 weeks ago? I think so, right? Holy shit. This person better have actually raped a real child.
Recently, I found myself looking for drama, I guess, that's juicy or interesting to me, but more on the silly side, less dark. There's plenty of dark stuff to go around, all sorts of abuses and whatnot. There's only so much I can do before it starts to wear me down.
This is maybe the perfect drama segment to do after talking about my hair. Dude, in comparison to this, I look amazing. I look fantastic.
And leave me with a dark cloud hanging.
Dude, I can't think about hair and only hair for the rest of stream, can I?
And over me, even when I'm not at my computer. I'm a person, I do have a heart, I do have my limits. So looking for silly stuff, I scrabble around and I'm like, hey, these anti-grifter or the media literacy people, the people who look at cartoons, movies, I guess books, I haven't looked at the book people though, and sort of are loosely intertwined and have something of a shared culture. Something I've noticed. They have this habit of projecting an extreme compensation for their limitations and weaknesses, which can be simplified to doing publicly the opposite of what they really are, or the opposite of what they're doing privately.
Actually, skip forward a bit. I will not skip forward a bit, because I 100% get behind this. Holy fuck. The anti-grifter community, especially in the media criticism sphere, is just so fucking rotten. It's so bad. I'll be honest, okay? A lot of the media sphere need to go, in general, right? I've said this to Kinoflex, I've said this to Calesto, I've said this to Remnant, okay? I've said this to people on all sides of this fucking war. You all need to fucking go. Your channels need to be wiped out. Fuck me. There is something in particular, though, at the anti-grifter side, that they always just had some fucking weird groomer discords.
I'll give you a light, silly example.
Like, the right-wing media criticism guys might have an N-word clip floating about, or they might be into, like, I don't know, Jared Taylor or something like that. but the left-wing ones are always pedophiles. I don't know why.
Before we get into something that I actually think is unacceptable, I decided to look at a guy called the Birdman. He was interesting to me because he has like this tough guy persona. I like that. That's fun. I love internet shit talk and beefing and stuff. Now, if you just look at his regular videos, you'd assume it's a persona for entertainment, or maybe that's just how he is, just his personal style.
No, oh my god, I think I might know what he's about to bring up. It's the Birdman. Is it a KFC? Or have I injected that because I'm racist? It might be a Burger King or something like that. Some kind of fast food joint. And he's yelling at the cashier. And he's putting on the exact same kind of persona, right?
There is a video I saw, though, that makes things look very different. Any
Please tell me this is the one with the fucking cashier.
bit of him that I thought was kind of cool. He's kind of a cool guy. Got a real good voice. I believe he's a voice actor. That evaporated like that. Gone. I'm now of the opinion that this tough guy persona is him compensating for something in himself. I don't know, feeling of weakness, inadequacy, or something like that, which makes it very cringe and gay instead of fun. What I'm talking about is an older video from 2021. He tried to get a free pizza from Domino's using his points or whatever, or some late promo. Don't remember the details exactly. Something went wrong. I believe it was a mismatch between the...
Dude, who told me to skip the start of this video? Anybody talking about when the Birdman was shouting at a cashier? That's good content always.
phone number associated with his account and the one he typed in for the order. Something went wrong. It seems like a franchise did mess him around a little bit. Okay, annoying. Birdman decided to go to this Domino's franchise and confront the workers. And there was one line in particular I physically recoiled at. 100% pure, distilled, agonizing Karen energy.
I just want to let you know, this is going up on Twitter. I'm posting all of this on Twitter. You're going to get in trouble.
Oh, so that's what that persona is. It's not just internet tough guy shit.
That video is so fucking good. The Birdman is really funny to watch. I think I saw something, it was like an earnest video just from the other week where he's making an open letter to Piers Morgan. You have it on these nerdrotic guys. You have it on this. You have it on Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker. You don't know how to deal with them, Piers Morgan. I know how to deal with Nerdrotic. You need to get me on there. I know how to demolish these men.
And he does it in real life, but it's not quite that he's a legit tough guy, a hard ass. He does the same act to bother fast food employees and mess with them.
Cool, whatever. I got the whole thing. Because you're sitting there bullshitting me. This is the dude that's bullshitting. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead, run away. Go ahead. Are you scared?
I like doing IRL stuff. I've done plenty of IRL streaming. If you're going to interact with people and it's going to be weird or something, I think you need to make sure you're the butt of the joke. Right? It's almost an ethical thing. It feels wrong to actually try and aggro or intimidate or make people feel threatened, scared, worried and whatnot, unless they're doing something truly terrible. Messing you about.
No fucking way. This guy is still talking about the Domino's shit on the timeline. He's got the receipts. You crash out over pizzas, man. I know your stress levels are bad. Lamau. Oh no, a video I posted on my own channel. It is like the piss meme, isn't it? It's just in real time, you're doing the fucking piss meme. A very old issue that Domino's made up to me, as I was being abused by one of their employees. So I went up there to confront the guy. I posted the video. Domino's hit me up about it, and they agreed with me, and the situation got resolved. Still have the DM and everything. Is this guy got this shit framed on his fucking wall? I'm sorry we dropped the ball on this. Please follow us up via DM so we can assist further. Domino's hecking agreed with me. Why are you taking the piss out of me? Domino's agreed. I was in the right. Makes a customer service complaint. Customer service gives customer service. I'm completely vindicated.
A bit with your free pizza promo. I'm not feeling it. Nah. But my point is, it feels like he's gotta be. Like, when you see that, it's gotta be compensating for something. Whether it's something real or something about the way he feels. There's this exaggerated projection of no, this is what I am, not whatever I feel like, perhaps. A bit of armchair psychology, okay? At the end of the day, not the worst thing in the world. It just breaks the spell of his persona a bit. You get what I'm saying? Now onto the title of this video, which you might be saying, why have you done that? That's horrible.
Fuck, this is what I was trying to find, okay? Sorry for the little words there. Sorry for the little sounds you heard. This is what I was trying to find. Him making a public appeal to Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan, if you're watching this, you need to invite somebody like me on this panel, not Mark Lamont Hill. Mark, no disrespect to him, is not familiar with these two motherfuckers. I have millions, with an S, of views on these two guys specifically. I have shown without a doubt that they are among the dumbest people on YouTube and that they do not know what they're talking about on
It's just so fucking bad. Piers, you are inappropriately platforming nerdrotic, okay? You need me on there. I'm the expert. I'm the guy. I'm the guy who knows. I'm the guy who knows how to deal with nerdrotic.
Top of that, they're fucking incredibly dishonest. Mark doesn't know these guys like that. He might know a little bit about them, you know, but I'm intimately familiar with them. So Piers, next time you have these two people on, invite me on the panel so that how must you feel as Piers Morgan looking at this shit? You've spent like an entire year, your entire lifetime working in published journalism to then wade your way finally into the online space and create a show where, you know, you get a bunch of people to talk about political topics of the day, the high ticket stuff, you know, the Iran war, Nigel Farage, you know, standing down as an MP, talking about Supreme Court decisions. And you got this guy saying, you're having hacking nerdrotic on? I've dedicated my life to talking about this guy. I've got millions of YouTube videos dissecting this man. I know him in and out. You need to have me on. You've kind of wasted your fucking life, haven't you? I don't know if that's something you should admit.
Getting
Is it?
for leaking sex tapes. That's just Steven's just being a silly guy.
I'll take the ban. Did it hurt when they hit you with the ugly stick?
Taking a ban and it's not even a good joke. All right, buddy. Okay, I'm not gonna time you out. You can avoid a timeout by donating for it. All right. Thank you for the 5.
That's too extreme. Blah blah blah.
Oh fuck! Did Dan Mack get fucked over? Yo, Dan Mack earlier. Thank you for the $5. Welcome back, Dickers. Thank you, buddy.
It's really funny, and I think it describes what I saw, and what I saw, I don't vibe with, and not in the way I don't vibe with that Birdman Karen clip. Having had,
you'd say the same thing about Ottilie Noah. What do you mean? Oh, that I know Ottilie Noah in particular. No, I wouldn't.
Some time to think about it. I think it's actually pretty messed up. I get aches and pains in my chest. I got the old. It's
actually no. I actually would. I actually take that back 100%. Knowing myself, I absolutely would. If Ottilie Noah got on Piers Morgan, I would be recording exactly the same kind of Twitter video. No, 100% I would actually.
Suspected costochondritis, which isn't serious, but it hurts and can, you know, mess up your sleep. And when it's hot, when it's cold, it's weird. I have trouble sleeping sometimes. So I'm on the internet looking for stuff to pass the time with, and I see a slap fight between some Octorok reviews guy and Skitty Bitty. They're apparently Zelda-focused YouTubers. Skitty Bitty, ostensibly being part of this, not officially as in some organizational sense, but I put her in the same bucket as a lot of these other people.
Friar Tuck wants his haircut back.
Yeah, it's not that bad, is it? Let's be honest. Reaching way too hard with that one, right? Thank you for the 2, I appreciate it.
The leftoid critics, anti-grifters, although I'm not sure she does that specifically, but she certainly is in that mass somehow. I see her talking about this guy, who is, by my read, a dork, sure. I see her showing off, all bravado. This guy's my own personal lol cow, she says. And I think, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the opposite of this in private. I know it. Telling everyone you want to milk this guy, he's your personal lol cow. You're just interested in him because he says this stuff. As he keeps saying racist stuff, you're going to clown on him forever. Yeah, he's your own personal punching bag. So I take a quick peep at Skitty's Patreon Discord. and I do one search. I type report into the bar and pinging everyone to report this guy on Twitter. Huh? She also talked about having streamed about that.
What did he do? Wait, what did this Octorok guy do?
Bar and
I make long analysis videos on YouTube, and I love and hate. I hope you're following along with me as I share my thoughts and try to find better content. Please don't forget to report Octorok reviews on Twitter. Wait, why?
Pinging everyone to report this guy on Twitter. Huh?
I mean, to be fair, you do. Fuck. I want to say, like, intuitively, you do have this thing where people start to get into the idea of, like, milking a lolcow and getting totally obsessed with them, and then they get it into their head that it's their personal fucking, like, enemy that they're gonna take down to the fucking ground, you know? And so you had this shit, like, a lot with, in our sphere, with people who are massively into trans fireback content, you know? Who just organized communities around only A-logging trans firebat and then started reporting their fucking content? Why? Actually, why? Apart from being like a complete fucking F-slur, but you think it's a teeny tiny lolcow, and so they'll never, you know, give you anything back. You'll never get in trouble for it, or nobody will ever judge you. You're also cucking the fucking content, right? All that stuff that you want to milk, yeah, that's gone now. And that's going to be gone if you carry on reporting them. I don't get it. I don't get it.
She also talked about having streamed about that guy and then having privated the stream. I have no idea what she said about him or what she was doing in that stream. That's pretty lame on its own. It's extremely lame when you're tough guying out on Twitter. She's not exactly troll shielding, but she's behaving the way someone who's troll shielding does. I'm above it all, I'm laughing at the dorks, while secretly in private being immensely ass-pained. Sort of like a leave me alone because I don't care. Right? I love this. Haha, you're not getting to me. I'm actually an epic troll. Very lame. But not what bothers me a bit. Skitty's Discord has a setup that I think is incredibly unwise. Now, it's clean. There's no porn. You're not allowed any not safe for work. I don't believe there'd be anything awful happening in there. But it does welcome kids. It does welcome minors. Generally, I'd say do not do that. But if you do, and everything's clean, okay. Point of concern one, though, the minors are tagged. The minors have a minor role, at least the ones that identify themselves. That seems extremely dangerous to me. Fish in a barrel for pedophiles is how I'd describe it. Like, you can let them in while also being like, if you're identifiably clearly a kid, though, you're out. Something like that. Because that's most of the protection, right? The identification of a target for these people.
Yeah, I don't know why Discords do this stuff, honestly. Like, the politics Discord does it. I don't know why anybody was quibbling about whether this was bad or not. This is just always bad. When you've got a system to be able to identify minors publicly to the server, it is fish in a fucking barrel for people who want to go in there and, like, target kids, you know?
It needs to be very risky for them to...
It's like, I don't really get it either. Like, what's the thought process? That you're gonna label somebody as a kid and say, like, oh... Don't rape them. Don't rape them. I'm letting you know that this person is a child so that you don't sexually exploit them accidentally, you know?
To try and pull something. If the vulnerable people come pre-packaged and pre-labeled, that's just my take on it. But what it also means, and what bothers me, is that I can also see, for my purposes, who's got that tag, who is a minor. And in response to her call to action to report this guy to go onto Twitter and get involved in this, I could see people with the minor tag
Am I misremembering, or did Larix have a minor role that would auto-ban you if you selected it? No, Larix did do that, actually. And that was the only smart time I have ever seen somebody allow people to get, like, a minor role in Discord. Yeah. You could, I think, it wasn't under Larix, right? It was under Liam Donovan. But you could have, like, different flowers that you could react to for, like, different age ranges. And if you picked any of the minor ones, you'd just get automatically banned. Pretty smart.
Discussing it. One asking, well, isn't Match...
Only problem is, though, you look like a complete fucking nonce if you're doing that stuff. Because I remember when people started first complaining about that. It was like, wait, what? Liam Donovan's got minor roles in his fucking Discord. Really? Oh, shit, okay, right. Yeah, it's a little trap. It's a little trap for kids, right? Okay.
Reporting bad, and then another one with the same tag the minor tag, saying, well, it depends if it's justified or not. I'm paraphrasing. I brought up that this happened to Skitty Bitty, who tried to say that she didn't want him gone and that the call to mass report him was a joke, and then actually it doesn't matter because he didn't get mass reported, so no, I'm suggesting that she wanted it to happen, and I think it's pretty clear that she did. Seems to admit that now. But anyway, while tweeting at her, I bring up these kids responding to her call to action, her at everyone in her Discord, discussing it, and right over the head. No, didn't register, because her response to it was, you know, to be fair, I think it is justified, or something like that. I'll put the tweet up. No. Skitty Bitty, you're enlisting kids into, like, some fucking internet race war.
Oh, wait, this is why it was over? You're literally the most racist person I know, Skitty. What the fuck is this? Destroy the white race. Anyway, who remembers this quest in Zelda Breath of the Wild? You misunderstand. He wants me to stop posting about him. If he wanted that to happen, he would need to stop being an embarrassing racist loser. But he won't, so the posting will continue. Yeah, okay, I already hate this person.
That's insane. That's fucked up. That's deranged. You have a space that welcomes kids. Explicitly, it's in your rules. Kids are allowed here. You tag them, give them a role that tells everyone they're a kid. You know you got kids here. And you're atting everyone to get involved in this weird, like this fucking, essentially, Twitter race war with some extremely nasty, probably dangerous people because you're ass paid.
Dude, this fucking, this anti-grifter media criticism sphere is, like, ramped up so fucking badly, you know? Like, at the start of the year, it was plagiarism, then it's DMCA, then it's extorting disabled people, and now we've got a full-on, like, child soldier, Coney 2012 situation going on in one of these guys' fucking Discord, where they enlist kids to mass report on their behalf.
If it helps you recognize that it's wrong, I will phrase it as your child army, your personal internet child race war army. The personal internet army stuff, people trying to use their audience as a weapon or whatever, is really lame to begin with. But this crosses the line into being kind of sick, in my opinion. Like today, the next day, I feel a little bit off. I feel a little bit, with this in the back of my mind. So I figured I'd make a quick video about it. Stop fucking doing that.
Damn. 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 That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, let's go to the next one then. Because when... No! Do we go in for it? Wait, I've already watched this one 13 days ago? I do love a little bit of fucking drama between Harmful Opinions and Anthony Gramuglia, although I can't remember watching this fucking video. I can't lie. Fuck it. Okay, let's go. Before we get to the final one, where Skitty then defends herself, let's get to this one first. Skitty Bitty's strongest soldier. It's worse than Soul Skibbity, isn't it? How the fuck is Anthony Gramuglia involved in this one as well?
Yesterday's video, link down below, has been immediate and bizarre. My favorite media critic and most media literate man alive has stepped in to inform his audience that I made a video attacking Skitty Bitty over how Octorok Reviews is still complaining months after Skitty put out a vid criticizing them once. It was banter when I asked before, but is he actually schizophrenic? The answer is no. He's actually doing the Twitter lolicon thing, the thing I normally only see them doing. I've been informed that's what's being said, or is in a video. Hello audience, this is what's happening. This is what's in this video. Oh, that's an insane mischaracterization. Well, it's not my fault, because I haven't looked at it. It may not have made much difference, though, had he actually looked. Because in the brief chit-chat I had with him underneath his post about me, it became clear once again that he's incapable of understanding anything I say. Genuinely. It's surreal. Like at the end of our little back and forth, he says, I think you're just mad. Your smear campaign against me failed to have any impact on me. I asked him what impact I'd be trying to have.
Again.
Said,
these guys actually just need to get into a fucking call at some point. Like, Anthony Gramuglia and Harmful Opinions. We need to put this shit to fucking bed. Like, I can see them sniping at each other constantly. Anthony Gramuglia is acting as though he's fucking above it. And then he's subtweeting Harmful Opinions videos when he's starting this fucking drama. Come on. Come on, okay? Harmful Opinions is not above it. And it seems like Anthony Gramuglia, despite kind of implying otherwise, is also not above it. These guys need to hop in a call on a stream preferably here, okay? They can hash it out.
You've been cooked by weird click shit.
Say it properly. At this point, there's no way to be able to make sure that you're saying it properly, alright? Gramuglia, granola, alright? There are several variations of it. All are, like, equally valid.
Some people still have fun on the internet. Cooked, he retorts. You gave me material to exploit into content that I leveraged to increase my viewership. You didn't cook anything. Yes.
Gramigula. No, I think I was the one who started Gramigula. And it turned out to be totally embarrassingly wrong.
In the sentence, you've been cooked by weird click shit, I'm suggesting you were not cooked by me, but rather by the people around you. Let me translate it into simpler, easier to understand language. I'm not trying to actually harm or damage him, and in fact, viewing things this way is a result of the influence of the people he's surrounded with. I thought my message was pretty plain and simple. Maybe this will be easier to understand. But this force field inside of his brain that stops him from comprehending anything I say doesn't apply to other people, and he's had the issue explained to him by someone else. Sketchy Sam's summary is incomplete, but you can piece the issue together yourself if you rub two brain cells together. Anthony defends the call to action by saying Skitty already stated it was a step too far. Well, after lying about it multiple times, and of course that not even actually being the issue I was raising. And he says,
"Oh my God, Gramulia, no!" It's really dangerous. It's really dangerous to imply a trans person is a pedo. Where was that implied? He's talking about Harmful's video, right? Why do you need to be told anything about any of this stuff? Like, drama content is insanely fucking lazy. But instead of actually watching the 7-minute drama video, you're getting it recalled to you by somebody else and then fucking it up entirely.
Skitty did nothing inappropriate with kids, meaning it's extremely dangerous to imply that kids were a factor at all, especially towards a trans content creator.
Skitty is trans? Hold on, do we have a link to their fucking channel? Skitty Bitty. I mean, to be fair, is the Pokemon choice, does that indicate that they're trans? I don't know. They've got a blue sky, so I guess that's evidence that they're trans. They, them. Oh my God. Right, so they're trans in a non-binary kind of way. Is that really the kind of person that gets targeted with the fucking pedo accusations? I don't think it is, right? I don't think it is. There is one type of trans person that it becomes like a fucking pedo memes start, rolling around, okay? And it's trans women. That's all, okay? That is the only group that gets to complain about this fucking pedo shit. Nobody else gets to, okay? Trans men, there's no fucking negative bias surrounding any of that shit, okay? Oh my God, and they're a fucking they-fab. They-fabs don't get to complain about this shit. They-fabs don't get to call themselves trans. I don't know. I just, so much of this discourse is so fucking irritating.
Didn't imply that kids were a factor. I directly, clearly stated that they were. In fact, the title of my video is Skitty Bitty's Discord Child Army, but I suppose this is the state of media literacy on the internet. And while Anthony believes it's inappropriate to mention that children were involved, Skitty Bitty disagrees. As I pointed out in my previous video, Skitty's Discord has a minor tag. People can identify themselves as minors and have that tag applied to them. I shared my opinion that that's a bad idea, particularly in a more cloistered Discord focused on a Nintendo IP. Making kids identifiable and helping predators pose as children seems to me to be a very, very bad idea. Skitty explains the reasoning behind it, though. The minor tag on my Discord is opt-in, and it helps to avoid situations in which people claim they didn't know they were talking to someone underage. I'll get to why this is important for me in a moment, but on its face this seems kind of silly. The strategy of sextortion predators is primarily to pose as kids to get another kid to do something that they feel could get them in trouble, and then control them with that. In my eyes, this does the opposite of helping with one of the worst issues.
Wait, is this even a fucking defense? Oh, actually, there's only 9 minors that are self-identifying as minors in my server. Patreon's minimum age is 13. Oh, we're doing the fucking Patreon thing again. This is the exact same stuff as earlier with Sleepy, where he's given the, well, Israel has got an ethno state. Really? You're getting criticism over how Back. Okay, nice. Yeah, you're getting criticism over how your Discord server handles kids in there, and you're pulling out a Nux Taku argument. Yeah, a bit fucked, aren't you?
trouble, and then control them with that. In my eyes, this does the opposite of helping with one of the worst issues on the internet. And furthermore, this idea that it stops them from, saying they didn't know they were a kid. You want to know my strategy? Someone's being a weird creep. They say, well, I didn't know they were a kid, though. Very simple. Too bad, don't care. Get fucked. On to why Skitty's statement matters for me, though. Skitty says...
Well, no, it's like... I don't think that's... I don't think you can say that, right? I don't think that's how that really works. Like, if you've got evidence that somebody knows that somebody's a kid and they're still sexually engaging with them, yeah, okay, you're fucked. If you haven't got any evidence that they knew that when they did that, it gets a little bit more murky, right? It does. It does get a little bit more murky. But that murkiness and that plausible deniability, when you've got presumably all of the chat logs and all of the ways that these people could know that they were talking to a child, it's a worse alternative to have all of these people identified as kids. Because then what happens to all the kids that get sexually exploited that you never fucking know about, right?
The point of the tag is to avoid situations in which people claim they didn't know they
Did I fuck up my mic? Is my mic all fucked up? Let me know.
were talking to someone underage. I'm saying, when Skitty tags everyone in the server and tells them to do something, to look at something, to whatever, Skitty knows this is talking to kids. Skitty has a system designed to ensure that no one could deny that they know they're talking to kids. Skitty's defender, Anthony, says it's dangerous to imply that kids were a factor when there is a system designed to enforce that recognition. Skitty claims that keeping members of the community safe is top priority. That this individual was knowingly and deliberately involving children in their actions is undeniable. And I'm not going to ignore that or not mention that because Skitty's trans. But of course, Anthony's position is that nothing Skitty did was inappropriate to do with kids. Now this is a matter of values, and mine are very different to Anthony's. So let's be crystal clear about what's being endorsed by him here. A Zelda YouTuber who uses a cute little Pokemon avatar publicly states how safe they make their spaces for kids, welcomes them into their more private Patreon Discord, and encourages them to identify themselves by applying a minor tag for their safety so no one could deny that they know they're interacting with kids. And Skitty interacts with them, pinging the server that Skitty says is run with child safety as the #1 priority, to tell them to report a Twitter account. Not only to report it, but to go and look through all the posts. What does Skitty say the posts are? Nazi pedophile simping. I don't think you should be drawing in kids.
What? It doesn't matter because Octo didn't get mass reported. He certainly didn't get banned. And even if he did, I genuinely couldn't care less. His whole account is simping for Nazi pedophiles and crying about how the West has fallen. Wait. Okay. So if you were to take this on its face, okay, she is linking children towards Nazi and pedophile material, right? Used a little bit of media literacy. She's talking about like a Sam Hyde fan, right? I guarantee if you go to this Octo person, whatever the fuck his name is, it's going to be him saying that he like finds Sam Hyde funny. That's what it's going to be about. But why would you fucking do this, man? Why would you do this? Why do you care that I'm mass reporting? Why do you care that I'm getting a bunch of kids to look at and mass report this guy? He's a total pedo. He's a complete pedo. I'm linking children to only the most extreme content online, actually.
In kids, saying it's safe for them, they can be here, it's cool, we'll keep them safe, and then pointing them at Nazi pedophile stuff, in Skitty's words. I personally think that's highly inappropriate behavior with kids. And let me reiterate, let me hammer this in. It's not just that there happen to be kids. If you're going to engage with this stuff, cover this stuff, talk about this stuff on the internet, it's impossible to totally get rid of them. But this is a Nintendo YouTuber's Discord that specifically caters to children. It's set up with them in mind. It's at the front of Skitty's thoughts. #1 priority, right? Not even slightly questionable to Anthony. Using kids like this is fine. In fact, the evil thing is mentioning that kids are being used like this. Fuck me. Maybe it just is totally normal to these people. Business as usual. Like it doesn't register as something out of the ordinary. Like imagine in real life you get an adult running a hobby group or something and it's like, we welcome kids, your kids will be safe here. It's a mixed space, but we will look after them. And then you find out that the person in charge has been like showing the kids what they call Nazi pedophile simping accounts on their phone. You would break their fucking fingers at the very least. That...
I mean, that's maybe a little bit fucking dad brain, but I mean, kind of, yeah. Kind of, yeah. listen, you don't understand, right? Octo-Rock Reviews is supporting Sam Hyde. He thinks Sam Hyde is funny. That's why I need your child's hand in my war against the Nazi pedophiles. They're fighting for a good cause. Although, as I say that, okay, I'm starting to realize that, oh, am I taking the right side in this? As with all drama, I think everybody is awful in this situation. Because I've just gone and had a look at his Twitter and seen that he's sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure tea. Only the worst people are sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure tea. It's like all of these lolicon right-wing Twitch streamers. Every single fucking time. Huh. Okay. I will just say on the basis of that, on the basis of this sole sponsorship, you should never be linking children to this guy's Twitter, okay? I've got no definitive evidence that this guy's a pedophile. However, a lot of the people that I've seen with this specific tea sponsorship usually end up defending lolicon in some way, shape, or form, alright? Tragic. Tragic. Wait, no fucking way. This Dragon's Treasure guy was in Chud's chat years ago. Really? Damn.
A person would be a pariah in their local community. You would be the sicko who...
I mean, it's very, very rare that you tend to pick up viewers during drama, but I guess, that guy probably heard heard about penetrating the shyness, decided to stick around.
Tries to show kids weird stuff. You're not more chill with it online because it's so different. You're more chill because you feel safer. In online chat rooms, it's way less likely the parents will find out what's been going on. For instance, you're not running the risk of older, more sensible members telling their parents because they don't know who they are. Or maybe you would behave like this in person, in real life, in like a real group. In which case, Jesus fucking Christ. Message to Anthony, even though he won't see this, he has an anxiety disorder or something, I guess. Gets panic attacks when he hears my voice. Brigading and stuff is lame, but I wouldn't have made a video. The call to action alone is what it is. I tweeted about it. What I'm laying out here is what made me feel off, feel a bit funny. Stuck with me in my gut. Almost wanted to do a sanity check, like, you see this too, right? This is...
What's wrong with that? I mean, lollipop is illegal, but right-wing chuds... I am a right-wing chud. Listen, I don't want to burst your bubble, okay? I don't want to burst your bubble. If you're right-wing, totally fine. Don't really care about that. Unfortunately, the right just has a monopoly on pedophilia right now online. I don't think that's even a questionable take either, you know? You've got Nuxtaku, you've got TechZone, you've got Chibi Reviews, you've got Kodiak VT, you've got Mama Oko, okay? Conservatives just own lolicon and pedophilia right now, unfortunately. In years past, I'm sure it would have been a bunch of like trans Twitter accounts that were posted a bunch of lolly, and you could go through and find some weird fucking hormone takes or something. Unfortunately now, yeah, hentai, lolicon, that's all the purview of the right-wingers.
Crazy, yeah? A little side note. I know that some Skitty viewers understand my issue with the identifiability of minors.
I like Dan Bilzerian. Okay. So, wrong type of right-winger, I guess. I was thinking about right-wingers who want to rape kids. You're a kind of right-winger that wants to rape women. Okay, I can respect it. Nice.
As I saw in the Discord...
And then Andrew Tate is kind of like the centrist in that in that situation, you know? 16. It's right on the borderline, right? Depends what state you're on. He's kind of like the moderate position.
There's a person in there who says they're a kid, and they've repeatedly identified themselves with their age. And you can see in one instance that other users are saying, hey, maybe don't do that. Don't put out information about yourself. Don't make yourself so identifiable. Don't make it so clear you're a kid. That person's right, in my opinion. To me, it's common sense. First layer of defense. No info about yourself. Anyway, this is all I can do. If people really think this is normal, I'm not going to change their mind, and it's going to continue to happen. The children's media content, internet race war child armies will continue to be a thing. Talking about it at all, addressing it at all, is just victimizing the tranoids, I guess. And we will forever live in hell. Have a nice day. Take it easy.
Okay. Nice. All right, wait, we've got that. So we had that. That's the second bit to this this little drama. A little bit of a side tangent to talk about Anthony Gramuglia. I didn't even see this. This wasn't even sent to me on my fucking in my inbox or anything. Apparently, Octorock Reviews made a video about Skitty Bitty as well. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, let's hear what the racist pedophile has got to say then. Let's hear him defend himself a little bit.
Hi there, I'm Octorok Reviews.
42 minutes! Oh my god! 42 minutes? What? No way! Okay, listen. We're gonna go in for this. Maybe 5 minutes. See what happens, and then we might just skip it if it gets really dry.
AKA the guy who made that one Gerudo video that somehow sparked an entire flame war across Twitter for about 2 weeks. A few of you might be aware of a little video that got published on March 13th of this year titled, What's Wrong with the Gerudo? A Response to Octorok Reviews, published by a middle-sized YouTuber by the name of Skitty. There's a good chance you've probably even seen that video. It did get quite popular after all. You also might have noticed that for the last 4 months, I have not made any public response to it. My reasoning for this silence was simple. Though I took exception with many of Skitty's arguments, and was even rather disgusted with how weird and personal the video got in its final 15 minutes. Ultimately, I believed it simply wasn't worth my time to research, write, and edit a whole response video to it. That would have taken weeks or months, which could have been better spent on making videos my audience actually enjoys, which is exactly what I've been doing instead, making my normal brand of content. I figured that rational minds would see the 2 videos, pick out the flaws in them, and then ultimately decide which of us had the more persuasive argument. Why take it any further than that? So I adopted a strategy of silence, simply waiting for the whole drama to blow over and for everything to return to normal. That has not happened, unfortunately. Not because of the video itself. It had its time in the limelight, and the brigading my channel got from it did pass within a month. No, the problem I've been facing since March, and I'm sorry to say, but even earlier than that, has been more personal. Harassment from Skitty themselves and their inner circle of moderators, friends, and even an ex-boyfriend of theirs. Quite the motley crew indeed. This harassment has been personal, targeted, and has taken root across all my social media platforms constantly for the last 4 months, minus an interim in between, which I'll be explaining in a bit. The strategy of silence that worked in the case of Skitty's video unfortunately did not carry over into this personal harassment that's been levied against me, and with things constantly escalating and a
What was the Gerudo stuff? Sorry, I was listening during the entire thing. What was the fucking Gerudo stuff? Because I'm pretty sure that that's just a self-insert from some weird, like, Japanese guy who wants to be, like, milked by tall, dominant warrior women out in the desert. No? Oh. Wait, what? Trans to be a gay man. It's a debate about if they're racist. I mean, they kind of... Okay. Are you talking about whether the depiction is racist? Or whether they're racist for having, like, an ethno, like, exclusionary, like, ethos, right? Like, they keep out, sure, you know, males, but also they keep up non-Gerudo, right? The depiction, yeah. Okay.
Concern for my IRL safety becoming...
I mean, it's about as racist as Aladdin, I guess.
Ever more reasonable by the day, I need to change strategies. And the only thing I can think to do at this moment is to finally fight back. So that's what this video is. I want to explain and document for you, the viewer, just the kind of harassment that Skitty has inflicted upon me for the last half a year so that the public can finally understand who this person is, how far they've gone to try to screw with my life, and while I'm at it, dispel more than a few mistruths that were spread along the way. Now, I have to warn you, there will be some leaking of DMs in this video, which might at first seem unethical, but...
This guy's an absolute. Alright.
Sorry, chat. I will be leaking some DMs during this video.
Alright. Skip! Let's skip. Okay. Let's go back to somebody that we trust, that we know. Let's go back to harmful opinions. Oh my fucking god. It's a fight over which Arrested Development Zelda obsessive is actually the true internet victim. How's it going, harmful? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I guess that's a good way to be able to summarize it. I saw a little bit of the discourse going on. I just don't get how the fucking Gerudo stuff is supposed to be racist. Like, if you want to say that it's a stereotype, sure, right? Yeah, I guess it's a stereotype. It's kind of what you expect in a kids game, though. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not particularly offended when you have like extremely kind of slapdash depictions of Britain in American media. Just because I know that American kids have never been to Britain, it seems like somewhat exotic to them. It seems like a stereotype in the exact same way, right? I don't know. This discourse probably would have been taken a little bit more seriously if it was 4 years ago. But at this point, it's just, I can't even be asked to fucking intercede with it. You know what I mean? Okay. I can't believe I was defending a harmful opinion on the last video, man. No, it was totally appropriate. It was totally appropriate. Discord Child Army? No, it was totally appropriate, of course. Skitty Bitty versus parental consent. Alright, nice, let's go. Fuck, I clicked on the wrong one.
Since my first video talking about Skitty Bitty, I have received 2 main complaints, over and over and over, so I figured it would be appropriate to address them. The first complaint is that I supposedly left important information out of my coverage when I talked about it. And you know what? Fair enough, you're right, I did. The second complaint is more of an accusation that I'm trying to make Skitty Bitty look like a nonce, that I'm pedo jacketing. You seem to have misunderstood. I showed Skitty Bitty doing that to other people.
It doesn't matter because Octo didn't get mass reported. He certainly didn't get banned. Even though if he did, I genuinely couldn't care less. Yeah, okay. Simping for Nazi pedophiles.
Well, I went out of the way to say nothing of that kind of stuff.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yo!
Can you put a graphic on screen that outlines the reason for the haircut for all new joiners?
Go back to the first 5 minutes of the stream, alright? I explain the Turkish situation at the start of the stream.
Stuff was happening in that Discord. Not everything that is inappropriate with kids is sexual. It is nonetheless still inappropriate. And on top of all of that, the details I cut out when talking about it were cut out for the purpose of harm reduction. What I omitted was something that makes Skitty look a little pedo-y. The general sentiment with the pedo jacketing accusation is that I was framing it so that Skitty looked as sus as possible so that culture warriors and conservatives will pick that up and run with it because Skitty's trans. I think today's video will serve as...
Literally, who would even fucking think of that? Some of these people are trying to preempt forms of bigotry that just don't exist. Who is slandering or smearing AFABs? AFAB non-binary people with some kind of fucking groomer or pedo label. It just, I do not believe that this happens, okay? I don't want to go overboard with it, but I just do not fucking believe that it happens. It happened to trans women and basically nobody else.
Proof that I absolutely wasn't doing that, because if I was, I would have included this. Since so many people have been asking me to include all the information, since Skitty has said my videos were dishonest because I didn't include all the context, okay, you twisted my arm, I'll share it. It's like the perfect material for a conservative hate campaign, but if you really want me to, fine. Skitty Bitty is on the record, has stated publicly that they are against parents knowing what their children are up to online. Champion...
Okay, nice. Okay, nice. Oh, it's gonna be trans memes again, isn't it? It's gonna be trans memes. They're gonna be looking up how to buy hormones and shit.
Your haircut, fire emoji, don't let chat bring you down, king.
Yo, thank you for the 2. Being a little inflammatory there. Smile. But, anyways, enjoy. Appreciate it, mate. Chat to you again, alright? Oh, man. I think I've said several times that harmful opinions just... When he gets like a... When he gets like a bone, you know? And you see that he's churning out a few videos on the same topic, it's usually going to be a good drama saga, alright? Also, thank you for the 2. Will is me. Your haircut is fire. Don't let chat bring you down, king. Thank you, Will. I appreciate it.
Beginning youth autonomy on the internet, and more specifically, instructing a minor on how to avoid their parents' notice, while specifically going against their wishes. Over the past year or so, a couple regular faces have appeared repeatedly in the audience of Skitty's livestream. 2 people who represent themselves as, and are believed by Skitty to be, minors. There's Brendan.
Can we ban Brendan? No, he's only like 14 years old. He'll learn.
And a younger boy called Benjamin.
Listen, he said he's younger than Brendan, and Brendan is 14, so...
Skitty apparently enjoyed teasing Benjamin by saying that he's 11, when in reality he's slightly older than that.
Oh, this is Benjamin, he's 11.
You should do your chores, okay?
Benjamin's our youngest viewer.
11?
He's actually 13, but if you say he's 11, he gets really mad, so...
Skitty has also publicly passed a judgment on this young boy's parents, as they are...
I wish I had dirt on Octo, but I ain't digging into anything potentially lolly-pilled for a while. That's your bread and butter, alright? That's your bread and butter. Don't take another long break. That's what we need you for. You and your other pedo hunter apprentice Nicandros, alright? And he takes fucking months to be able to churn out videos, so we need one of you on watch.
Ideological enemies.
I'm your dad. Go do your chores.
No.
If you're gonna have kids in your community, I think that's one thing, right? Making the decision that that's the way you want to run things, alright, you can debate that. Why the fuck are you bragging about it on stream, though? Like, how socially unaware do you have to be? Yeah, we've got an 11-year-old. We've got an 11-year-old in our community. We're pretty proud of, pretty proud of the innocence of our viewers around here. Yeah, Andy's got the minor role in the Discord server. Of course he does.
Benjamin's parents are like homophobic crazy people.
Okay, I'm your internet uncle.
In a stream last year, Skitty plugged the...
Sorry, what? On the topic of having no social awareness, what the fuck?
Chores.
No, Benjamin's parents are like homophobic crazy people.
Okay, I'm your internet uncle.
In a
Why not just go for cool older brother? Why not just go... Why are you going for the relative that is infamous for rape? Why are you going for the molestation family member? What the fuck are you doing?
Stream last year, Skitty plugged their Discord, and young Benjamin lamented that he wouldn't be able to join. He doesn't have a card, or I suppose a PayPal or anything that he could use to pay for access to get into the private Discord. His parents also presumably wouldn't want him joining the private Discord of a queerness-focused YouTuber. No problem though. Skitty was there to help.
Anyway, Benjamin, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly, but I'm actually not really joking. If you are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything really, you should buy a Visa gift card. Because you could just spend that on anything. You can do that.
Sir, I need you to go down to the convenience store. How do you know this? Literally, how the fuck do you know this? And why would you ever give that advice to kids? I feel uncomfortable sometimes, despite the fact that it's open and everybody knows about this stuff and it's pretty fucking standard, right? Like, I understand that there's certain ways that people do doxing and stuff, and I feel somewhat uncomfortable talking about that sometimes, because it's like, fuck, do I really want to put that out there? Why are you teaching kids how to make these online payments? And then second of all, if you want the kid in there, and you feel bad that he can't get in because he's got homophobic parents, why not just, like, invite him to the fucking Discord? Why do you need every single fucking payment coming in? You can't even let one guy off? Really? He's got to go down to the store to be able to spend his pocket money on Visa gift cards? God, you're a stingy cunt.
Benjamin expressed surprise and delight at this information, and Skitty Bitty elaborated.
Yes, it has a number on it that you can use to purchase stuff. That is truth. That's the official Skitty Bitty strat. I never had to do shit like that because my parents are cool, but I support everyone who doesn't have cool parents in their quest for autonomy.
The autonomy to give YouTubers money and gain access to private chat rooms their parents wouldn't want them in. I suppose more generally, this is support of kids being able to join whatever weird shit they want. The instructions certainly work for that, and 13-year-old Benjamin seemingly wasn't aware of this method before. Let me emphasize, this wasn't a hypothetical or a general discussion of this sort of thing. This was direct instruction from Skitty Bitty to a 13-year-old on how to bypass parental approval, consent, and knowledge when signing up and paying for an online service, to Skitty's financial benefit, but also specifically to make sure this kid would be around people his parents are believed not to want him around, on account of their alleged homophobia. It's unclear if Benjamin managed to join specifically using this method, but join he did.
Oh, Brendan's here. Hi, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan. He missed something. He missed the lore.
Yeah. It's okay. He's on the server, so he already knows.
No, Brendan's not on the server. You're thinking of Benjamin.
Oh.
It doesn't particularly...
Dude, you're mixing up your fucking kids. You got way too many. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Listen, it's not pedophilia. You're not raping kids, alright? But it's like... It's so uncomfortable. It's just inappropriate. I think that's the word that you can, like, land on to be able to describe it, right? It's just, like, inappropriate, fundamentally.
Really mattered to me, though, how he got in. I believe it's still the case that YouTubers should not be instructing 13-year-olds on how to bypass parental oversight to get into chat rooms online, and how to bypass their parents' will to give the YouTuber money. That shouldn't happen, ever. It certainly shouldn't be happening multiple times.
But if you only have physical money, buy a Visa gift card.
There's been a great deal of misunderstanding about exactly what I'm saying. Hopefully this video is simple enough for the media literate types. I mean, when I tried to explain more plainly my issue in my original video to Skitty Bitty, because they were either deliberately pretending to misunderstand or genuinely misunderstanding, the response was simply,
I'm gay.
Hopefully I've demonstrated that I was not trying to make Skitty Bitty look like a pedophile. If I wanted to, I could have framed this differently, and it would have been very, very easy to do. But I didn't. And I don't think I have in this video either. It's just hard not to look like a bit of a creep when you behave like this. Like, I couldn't in a million years imagine instructing a child in my chat like this. First off, you say you're a kid, you get banned. That's my standard, but I'm not a Zelda YouTuber. I'm a very different kind of streamer. And I guess not so desperate for every little scrap of cash, or so intent on undermining parental authority. Oh.
Now I understand why everybody was, like, spamming in chat earlier to try and tell me that she was Jewish. That's starting to come in focus for me a little bit. A little bit. Really? Visa gift cards? It's one of the two, you know? It's one of the two.
Oh yeah, the other thing people wanted me to include in all this was, Skitty Bitty's been fighting with Octorok reviews, and he liked a couple tweets with slurs in them. Oh, there you go. You happy now? Take it easy.
Oh, is that what Anthony Gramurlia was talking about? So I think I saw this as well. Octorok. Let's have a gander. If I just search that, and then do I find Anthony Gramurlia talking about him? Yeah? Somewhere. What? I'm glad that I'm not scrolling through this on stream. What the fuck? Why have I got such a fatified Zelda? Oh, okay. Okay. So an Octorok is just like it's a generic name of a creature in Zelda then, right? Okay, that makes a little bit more sense now. Because I was wondering why the fuck I'm searching through and I found this. I'm guessing you can probably tell even through the blurred outline, but it's an incredibly sweaty, greasy, vored up Zelda, okay? When she's so hungry, she could eat an Octorok. Okay. Right, yeah, I think that I'm not going any further into this then, if this is going to be the fucking shit that's showing up. I'm pretty sure the Octorok reviews, he liked a couple tweets that had the F slur in them. I think that was the big controversy there. It was the meme image about, oh, I'm an F slur and I do embarrassing F slur things. Please don't mock me. Right. We all know what we're talking about. Yeah? Okay. Wait, hold on. If we go Octorok reviews, and then was Anthony Gramurlia on this shit? I'm gonna go to his Twitter and then go and have a look through the media. I think that's the easiest way to be able to find it, right? Okay, and I'll take this off blur now. Come on. Oh! Damn, he's got really into this drama. Huh. Kino, you chose to support this 2 hours after Octo got exposed for being a fake jackass. Did you consider you backed the wrong horse? Okay. This is so often the case where the racist creeps criticized keep posting racist crap after being criticized. You can't be racist against you know? You can't be racist against T-slurs, and you can't be racist against F-slurs, can you? So right, okay. Okay. I see why this has got posted so fucking much now. What racist shit is Skitty referring to? This. F-slur. F-slur. Dickers, what's the F-slur? What rhymes with flag? I'm not gonna fucking say it, alright? But, okay, so Anthony Gramuglia tried to say that this person was racist, and then all he managed to find was a little bit of transphobia, and a little bit of homophobia. Based. Also, let's be fucking honest, okay? I don't want to give out, like, easy passes to people on this stuff. I think if you're engaging with this kind of, like, humor and stuff, you just stand on it. But, I mean, he's a right-wing media critique channel, you know? He's gonna be gay anyway. You know what I mean? He's, like, basing himself off a cartoon character from a game made for 12-year-olds. He is gonna be... Well, anyway, let's get into it. Let's get into the next one. Okay, I got very, very close to saying the F-slur then, accidentally, right? Fuck me. A week off stream and all of my fucking inhibitions and filters have already gone. Jesus Christ. Okay. What the fuck is this? In defense to harmful opinions. Okay, I think that's going to be something else. And then finally, Skitty Bitty, right? Okay. My apology to Skitty Bitty. That's the next one. And then it's going to be Skitty Bitty's response. Right? Oh, no! Oh, I almost fucked that up royally. Okay. Skitty Bitty responds to the allegations. This is going to be the next video in the lineup, right? Okay, so Skitty Bitty's got a Discord child army. Skitty Bitty hates parental consent, wants minors to be able to buy things unfettered online without needing access to a credit card. Nice. Let's go. Okay.
Hi everyone, Skitty here. As you know, I've been hard at...
Wait, what? At Dickers, did you take the political compass test? I'm authoritarian right overall. I'm like 4 to 5 right and 6 to 7 authoritarian. How? You've got to be a fucking like legitimately. You've got to be like a real, like a race realist neo-Nazi to be able to end up as an authoritarian right on the political compass. That shit tries to force you to be, like, lib-left. How the fuck did you end up authoritarian right?
At work on my Breath of the Wild video. I'd say the script is about 75% done and I'm on track to finish it by the end of August at the latest. I'd love to keep my head down and continue work on the video, but unfortunately some internet drama has cropped up that bears addressing. On July 18th, Octorok Reviews released a video called What's Wrong with Skitty Bitty. The video is 42 minutes long, supposedly took a month to make, and details an alleged months-long harassment campaign that I've supposedly waged against Octorok Reviews in the months since the release of my Gerudo video in March. And if this video had been an honest recap of everything that had happened since that video was released, encompassing both of our behavior and ending with a sincere apology towards me and a call for me to take accountability, I would frankly be cooked. Fortunately for me, I guess, this video...
Wait, what? You're like reporting this guy's Twitter, and you want him to apologize to you, and then ask for the same? If you think you owe him an apology, give him a fucking apology. I really hate these people.
Is not that. To be clear, it's true that there were times in the past few months where I've acted in ways I regret and said things I shouldn't have. I'll be addressing those things as they come up because I don't want to be the kind of person who can't admit when they make a mistake. The same cannot be said of Octo, whose video makes no attempt to accurately portray his own behavior and is completely devoid of any introspection. His video is also predicated on people not paying too close attention to the evidence he's showing of this so-called harassment campaign, because if you listen to what he's saying and take it at face value, I seem like a monster. But if you actually pause and read the screenshots he shows in his video, many of them do not show what he claims they do. I'm not interested in going through his video point by point and calling out every instance of him being dishonest or lying by omission. That's more effort than this issue deserves. But I also refuse to stay silent when my reputation is dragged through the mud by bad faith actors. So you can consider this video a sort of compromise. I want to set the record straight while wasting as little of both my time and yours as possible, so let's get into it.
Okay.
In my Gerudo video, I said the following. I should note that Octo's been cordial, even friendly in our public interactions, but it doesn't feel sincere. If anything, I'm waiting for him to turn around after this video comes out and talk about how all this is so uncalled for and he's only ever been nice to me. Unsurprisingly, this is exactly how his video begins. He mentions how, the very same day my Gerudo video came out, I took to Twitter to taunt him and send my followers his way. What I actually posted was this, a screenshot of an exchange Octo had in another YouTuber's replies a few weeks prior, where he was vague posting out my upcoming video, revealing my true colors in some way. Here, his vague niceties when talking to me directly contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the...
This is how low we're going to be able to be such a fucking sympathy bait and F-slur. Yeah, Echoes of Wisdom wasn't really all that. Try saying that around Skitty Bitty and they'll kill you. Honestly, cannot stand Skitty Bitty. Hop off Skitty. They're chill. Save this post and come back to it after Skitty Bitty's next big video is released. I promise you it'll be hilarious. What video are they making? Sorry to vague post, but I won't ruin their surprise. They're working so hard on it after all. Finally able to break my silence to say this shit is so embarrassing. I don't know why Skitty's so aggressive to me. Sympathy face. I hate drama. Then why are you behaving like this? Nice.
He was vague posting out my upcoming video, revealing my true colors in some way. Here, his
This is really where we're fucking going with this shit. Aren't you gonna call this guy a fucking racist and a transphobe? Oh, he was very passive-aggressive about me.
vague niceties when talking to me directly, contrasted with the passive-aggressive way he was talking about me on social media prior to the video's release. To hear Octo tell it, I continued to relentlessly post about him while he stayed stone-faced and ignored it all, but that's simply a lie. He quote-retweeted this post, calling me a bully, which I quote-retweeted in return, saying that I was amazed by his persecution complex and apparent inability to introspect. I pointed out that he had been taking refuge in the handful of comments on his original Gerudo video and hearting only the ones telling him that he'd done nothing wrong. He quote-retweeted me again, saying I misunderstood his intentions with his initial video, and that he had offered to work things out privately, which I had ignored. And that's true. I did ignore the message he sent me because it read to me as wildly insincere. I posted this message he sent me in the replies, pointing out that he asked, "Are we not cool?" and said that he'd prefer to avoid drama, which I found ridiculous considering he'd made an entire video based on a Twitter fight he picked with me that misrepresented what I believe. And yes, his video did misrepresent what I believe. Octo says in his video that I ignore the fact that he claimed people wanted the Gerudo to be removed or retconned out of the Zelda series, which, first of all, is still not what anyone was advocating for, and second of all, isn't what a retcon is. Retconning the Gerudo out of the Zelda series would mean retroactively writing them out of the continuity. That's what retcon is short for. This is something I've never advocated for. What I've suggested, at a maximum, is a more thoughtful and well-researched character design that's less rooted in stereotypes. I'm not trying to go back and censor anything. I'm looking towards the future and thinking about how to do things differently. By this logic, Breath of the Wild retconned.
But what? I mean, would a redesign be a retcon? I mean, there's going to be certain tropes based on a like a video game like culture, I guess. And so if you already you make it so it was always a different way instead of writing some reason why everything changes, right? That would be a. I mean, that would be a retcon, right? Oh my god. This entire community is so fucking gay, I swear to God. Like, there were lawsuit threats over misrepresentations of others' positions in their fucking YouTube criticism. It just really isn't that fucking deep, is it? You were talking about games designed for children.
The Gerudo by giving them different outfits than their Ocarina of Time counterparts. It's ridiculous. But okay, back to the Twitter argument. I pointed out that the description of Octo's Gerudo video complained about, quote, oversensitive Twitter users ruining his favorite fandoms. Asking, "Are we not cool?" was ignoring the elephant in the room, and I didn't want to entertain a conversation with him on a dishonest premise. Hopefully you can already see, just from this explanation, that this wasn't some flood of unreasonable tweets directed at Octo for no reason. It was a back and forth where I called out his cowardly behavior. He didn't respond to this, and things were quiet for about a week, until March 19th, when a Twitter user called Tyrion posted a screenshot of the thumbnail for my Gerudo video and captioned it, "New Zelda fans really think they deserve to live." This post got over 1 million views, and the replies and quote
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how I ended up hearing about the fucking drama, I can't lie.
tweets were populated by people dehumanizing me, calling me slurs, and making invasive comments about my body.
Wait, what the fuck? I want to read some of these. I want to read
New
some
Zelda
of these.
fans really think they deserve to live. This post got over 1 million views, and the replies and quote
Oh no, that's genuinely sad. And the blank humor somehow makes it worse. Gleefully chanting your own mutilation. Okay, so it's going to be a bunch of, transphobic stuff, okay? Skitty Bitty, I remember making him seethe just by saying he displays pronouns in bio, Lamau. I mean, if you're going to go ahead and fucking misgender somebody, at least misgender them the right way, you know? Low effort.
quote tweets were populated by people
I never realized she was a Tipper-tits. T-slur. Unsubbing. I don't even want to know what that means, I think. Tipper-tits.
dehumanizing.
That's a zipper-tits. Ah! Okay, that makes a little bit more sense now in my mind. Okay. That's a zipper-tits creature or something. I'm guessing that's going to be what, like the mammarectomy fucking surgery scars, right?
Me, calling me slurs.
You cut off your breast, sis. and cry about racism in Nintendo games.
And making invasive comments about my body. Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people simply nodding along. At no
Oh, really? I don't care. Wait, hold on. Let's see what he said. This might be funny.
Octo knew about this, which I know because he replied to several of these people.
I sincerely apologize for releasing this monstrosity upon you all, but thanks for the laugh, man. Aren't you that guy that all the annoying Zelda fans constantly cry over? Based. What a disgusting message. I can't believe that you would respond to that kind of cruel, disgusting comment. How could you?
People simply not.
Leftist zoomies don't deserve the fruits of the labor that so many people sacrifice to make. I miss when Gerudo were entirely evil, greedy bastards. This grey morality bullshit makes everything so bland and uninteresting. They were always thieves and still are, I think. Did something change? This is it! This is him interacting with the fucking... Okay. Amazing. You are a fucking Epsler.
Nodding along. At no point did he disavow the blatant harassment. On the contrary, he was actively being friendly with the people doing it. At this time, Octo...
Okay.
The blatant harassment. On the contrary, he was
These shitty foids need to be put in their place. Hey, it's Tyron. You know, Skitty tried to claim you were calling to kill them with your modern Zelda fans think they deserve to live post a few months ago. I remember that. Lol.
Actively being friendly with the people doing it. At this time, Octo was...
I mean, I would be happy. No, I can't say that in TOS. Okay, never mind. I need to rethink some of that. I think.
Also in the replies to my tweet from a week.
Listen, I won't say what I was gonna say. What I will say is, you can just not play Zelda. You know? That's pretty easy. You can just not play Zelda.
Prior public...
It's not an intrinsic characteristic.
Defending his decision to use a documentary about the Taliban as a singular source for, quote, real-world Islamic cultures in his Gerudo video, which I, quote, retweeted, calling him a fucking spineless weasel.
That's so fucking funny. Let's go. Showing footage of Sharia court in Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, a nature of 45 million Muslims, is not bad faith, nor does it reflect on all Muslims in any way. It's simply one example of how Sunni jurisprudence is enforced. Okay. I mean, yeah, I if you want to look at how people would, like, Islamic culture, right? How an Islamic society would be ran, you would be looking at theocracies, right? The fact that it's, the fact that you're reaching for an example that's like the Taliban, it's like, yeah, you would expect that, right? The Taliban, ISIS, right? Even Saudi Arabia isn't Islamic enough because that's a monarchy.
Was this mean? Yes. Was it unprompted? No. It was around this time that my friend and community moderator Boobly decided to join Octo's then public Discord server to see how he was talking about the situation within his community. Octo claims that I sent Boobly to harass him and his community members, which is flatly untrue.
But the Taliban's are terrorists! All true Muslims are terrorists.
On both counts. To be clear, Boobly was involved in the original
Inshallah
thread that sparked Octo's Gerudo video, and in that video, Octo showed his tweets on screen with his profile picture uncensored, calling him a freak. I didn't send Boobly in on some sort of recon mission, he joined a public Discord of his own volition. Octo claims he harassed people in there, but he doesn't provide any evidence of this because it doesn't exist. At most, Boobly repeatedly asked for clarification about why, for example, Octo put cropped of Riju in the same video in which he argued that the fetishization of the Gerudo wasn't a real issue. The only person Boobly was even a little bit mean to was this mysterious individual, and I won't make you wonder who it could be because I'll tell you. This is the same man who made a thread about me on the notorious harassment forum Kiwi Farms. I made a video about this guy over a year ago on my second channel, which I'll link in an iCard if you're curious. Speaking of Kiwi Farms...
Oh, we're making fucking... Really? We're making videos on Kiwi Farms users? This is the kind of person that we're dealing with here. Oh my fucking god, this is the person we're dealing with.
Though, it's worth noting that several of the sources Octo cites in this video that demonstrate my alleged misdeeds are pulled directly from my Kiwi Farms thread. If you look at the screenshot he shows of my redesigned Gerudo drawing, it's identical to the one posted on my thread on the farms, down to the number of likes, reposts, and comments.
Why are you reposting your thread on the fucking farms? Are you retarded? What are you doing? This person has got no self-preservation. Holy fucking shit, man. This person is fucking deranged. Why are you interacting directly with your own Kiwi Farms thread and giving shoutouts to individual fucking users?
And like, you have to imagine Octo scrolling through posts like this, and this, and this.
Oh my god, he read transphobia while writing his video.
this, and still being like, yep, this is definitely a good source of information. The last thing I'll say about my Kiwi farm.
It's your fucking tweets, retard.
How dare you? How dare you use the Kiwi Farms to find archives of my tweets? Don't you realize that's intrinsically evil? Ontologically evil?
I fucking hate these people. I forget these people still exist sometimes.
Farms thread is that it's probably where he found.
This is like only a stone's throw away from what Destiny and Stardust and people like that are currently trying to encourage as well. It's so fucking annoying, man. It is so fucking annoying. Yeah.
Found this infamous clip.
Is it even a stone's throw away, or is it just like directly what they're doing? I don't know. I don't know. It's like as soon as you're gonna use it against somebody else, then sure, you're gonna fucking defend it. And as soon as you're, you know, the person who's, you know, trying to go after people, yeah, fuck it. Ignore everything I said several years ago. Yeah, using Kiwi Farms, reading Kiwi Farms, intrinsically evil. 100%. It hasn't Kiwi Farms, like, directly driven several people to suicide? I think it's pretty fucking evil. Well, the first thing to say is that how many hundreds of people have Twitter driven to suicide, right? Saying that an entire platform is evil because of conduct like that, I mean, it's just, like, totally fucking retarded. It might give you bad vibes, right? But the idea that Kiwi Farms is even one cohesive community just isn't really true, right? Different people's threads, you know, don't engage the same way. He's joking, right? He's got to be. I don't know. I'm looking at the profile picture, and I'm not sure, right? But that's the basic argument, you know? Just because a certain platform has done something evil doesn't mean it's impossible to be able to use ethically, or like actually, what is the complaint? What are you driving forward, you know? Okay, Twitter's pretty bad too, though that doesn't make it correct. You can't false equivalence your way out of it, big dog. Okay, the fact that they're calling me big dog might make me think that they're actually being sincere. I mean, the equivalence that I'm drawing there is that you wouldn't have the same criticism against using a source from Twitter, right? If there was somebody's fucking Instagram story that got posted onto Twitter, your first response wouldn't be, actually, hasn't Twitter driven people to suicide? Right? Also, the claims that KF has driven people to suicide, it's dubious at best, alright? Being super realistic. As soon as you start digging into that shit, it's like, I think you can find one person that's oft-cited, but, I mean, typically, those people have got a lot of other shit that's going on in their fucking life as well. Trying to blame somebody's suicide on one discrete fucking stimuli, it's impossible, okay?
For my now private...
You can call in, actually, if you would like. Ignore everything that I've said about Muslims so far, okay? You can call in it if you'd like. I'm not saying that it's impossible to use ethically. I'm saying that the platform is literally just based on harassing people and has driven people to suicide. Twitter has other things on it outside of that. KF has got other things on it outside of that.
Private stream where I reacted to Synthetic Man's Tears of the Kingdom review. Let's watch it now. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp thing. I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall. That sure does sound bad, saying he gets the wall, an allusion to execution by firing squad. Why would I say something like that? Well, here's the full clip, including the context that prompted my response.
And Riju's a Gerudo, and if you've seen any of their Rule 34, you know they're usually sporting a little something extra.
He's saying that in some Rule 34, which is gamer for...
Wait, no way! Is he talking about a cock? They've got a huge, throbbing Gerudo femdom cock.
Some Gerudo are portrayed with a phallus. And because he has seen so much porn that it has completely rotted his brain. That's the only explanation for this behavior. I'm going to apologize for apologizing for saying the re-education camp.
Wait, what? Dude, let the Gooners fucking live, man. Why does he deserve to be put up against the wall? He's just thirsting after some fucking Gerudo, Fusunari. And he deserves to die for that? I'm gonna stand up for this guy's rights. Let him goon to what he wants to goon to.
I'm saying that again and standing by it this time. This guy gets the wall. Okay, that's pretty heinous, but maybe you still think my gets the wall comment was a little bit much. I mean, Synthetic Man would never say something like that.
Stop, nope.
Who gives a fuck about Synthetic Man? It's just like a weird comment to make. I don't know. Like, just stand on it. If you're gonna make antisocial jokes, just fucking stand on it.
Actually, I did say that Synthetic Man deserves to die, but, yeah, he said that about other people.
Okay.
Nobody says bigotry.
Do you think you're doing something like nasty to him by doing it? I don't know, it comes off as slightly unhinged. Maybe people care about this stuff, I'm not sure. Okay. 1123 Elemental. I promise, I'm not trying to be soy about it. I just think that a platform dedicated entirely to harassing people is pretty fucking lame. That's basically my only point. Alright. So I was responding to what she was saying there by saying that anybody who uses Kiwi Farms, it's like a bad look or it's some kind of indictment against their character. I'm glad that we both don't care about that then, okay? Is it good or bad as a platform? I don't know. Kiwi Farms does have some kind of rules against that stuff, right? So if you're going to point towards harassment, that's not the argument that I think you should make. Because they do have rules and they do moderate against that stuff. The thing that, if you want to, like, say that Kiwi Farms is bad, you should just hang your hat on the fact that it, does incentivize people collecting PII. Right? That should be it. That's like the major critique that I think that people should make if they want to criticize Kiwi Farms. That's about it, you know?
Except subhumans. People who should be executed. Every single one of them, without exception. They need to face the wall.
Two wrongs don't make a right? Sure, I can respect that. Either way, I haven't used language like that since, so let's just call it even and move on. To recap, I didn't send Boobly into Octo's Discord, and he wasn't inflammatory towards anyone except for the one guy who he knew was the creator of my Kiwi Farms thread. It's worth noting that Octo knew from the start who this guy was and chose to keep him around, not because he enjoyed his company, but simply because he figured his incessant ramblings would be better off contained in his Discord than left to fester online. How do I know this? Well, I talked to him about it. While I was working on my Gerudo video, I watched Octo's Wind Waker review, and frankly, I hated it. I have my own criticism.
Do we really care about this shit? Get to the kids! I want to hear you talk about the fact that you're a complete nonce. Well, okay, sorry. I'm not really totally sure. Harmful opinions, there's something about parental consent, so I'm basing my opinion off that, alright?
Towards Wind Waker. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but I thought his video about it was genuinely awful. I wanted to react to it live on stream and tear it apart, which I would have been fully within my rights to do, but it didn't feel great to unnecessarily stir up additional drama with Octo, especially since the Wind Waker video had nothing to do with me or our feud. So I reached out to him to ask if I could react to it, and he expressed hesitation, which, fair, especially since friend of the channel and now famous ex-boyfriend Walter Wide had gotten on Octo's case about a strange line in his Wind Waker video that goes as follows.
I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her?
Walt asserted on Twitter that this was Octo arguing that Wind Waker was poorly written because the pirate crew would have assaulted Tetra. Octo claims that that line didn't imply sexual violence, but rather mutiny. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's very difficult to have a conversation about authorial intent when one of the parties is literally the author, but I will say that pirate mutiny was actually relatively uncommon historically. If the line had gone
Wait, what? And now we're trying to argue that he meant rape? Wait, authorial intent? Isn't this a fucking game?
Case about a strange line in his Wind Waker video that goes as follows.
I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her?
Walt asserted on Twitter that this was
Yeah, okay, that sounds like rape. That does sound like rape. You sound like you're describing the circumstances for a rape to happen. Okay. Dude, the last thing as well about being a young woman with no social circumstances as well.
Or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her?
Walt asserted...
Yeah, protect her from rape. That's the end of that sentence, 100%. It's... 100% that's the end of that sentence.
On Twitter that this was Octo arguing that Wind Waker was poorly written because the pirate crew would have assaulted Tetra. Octo claims that that line didn't imply sexual violence, but rather mutiny. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it's very difficult to have a conversation about authorial intent when one of the parties is literally the author, but I will say that pirate mutiny was actually relatively uncommon historically. If the line had gone something like, how else would a young pirate captain keep her crew in line, it would have still been shaky in terms of historicity, but it wouldn't have been creepy. Mind you, this is the...
I mean, let's be fucking real. How many female pirate captains were there? How many women were even on pirate ships? I don't know.
Same video where he claims the Gerudo kidnapped Link so they can sexually assault him, complete with that infamous Riju image, and where he dedicates several minutes to wondering aloud about whether the Kokiri have sex. Him specifying that Tetra is a young woman commanding a group of men, his line about laws and social customs does lend itself to Walt's reading. But if Octo says he didn't mean to imply sexual violence, well, that's sort of the end of the conversation. So anyway, Octo and I agreed to have a longer conversation to come to some sort of understanding, which happened a few days later in the form of a 2.5-hour long call on Discord, in which he was very friendly and apologetic, both for making his Gerudo video in the first place without reaching out to me, and for the harassment I'd received in the aftermath. He assured me that my assumptions about him were wrong. He wasn't a bigot, he grew up in a diverse, liberal community, his best friend is a gay star, and he never meant any harm. He asked if Walter Wide was an alt of mine, and I explained that he was actually my ex-boyfriend who had been living with me during the early days of working on my Gerudo video. Walt and I kept our relationship private up until Octo decided to reveal, both on Twitter and in his video about me, that we had dated, which, to be clear, is fine. Walt is a good friend of mine, and sometimes you try something that doesn't work out. Neither of us have hard feelings about it, and it's frankly out of line for Octo to wonder aloud why he's still quote-unquote simping for me despite us having broken up. I feel like the obvious answer is because we were friends before we dated, and we're still friends afterwards. During this call, we also talked about the harassment I'd been dealing with on
Oh my fucking god. Okay, right. So you've got like an ex-boyfriend who's still around your content, who's apparently still simping for you, and possibly wants to still be with you, maybe, hopefully, one day. He's hoping that the pendulum is going to swing another time, and I'm not going to make a zip joke, alright?
Twitter, which he apologized for, and I apologized in turn for accusing him of being a racist Gamergator creep in my video. He talked about how difficult it was to have people group him in with a particular political ideology based on the limited information he shares online, and I empathize with that, but reminded him that he has control over what he posts, and that if he never pushes back against far-right talking points, people will be justified in believing he agrees with them. We also talked briefly about him being sponsored by the Dragon's Treasure, an open, unrepentant bigot who we'll talk more about later. Octo laughed nervously when I brought it up, saying that he's certainly never going to take a sponsorship without doing a background check ever again. I wish I pushed him harder on this, but he seemed to agree.
Oh my god, wait, they're talking about the fucking pedo sponsorship.
Open, unrepentant bigot who we'll talk more about later. Octo laughed nervously when I brought it up, saying that he's certainly never going to take a sponsorship without doing a background check ever again. I wish I pushed him harder on this, but he seemed to agree that the Dragon's Treasure was indefensible. The last thing I'll say about this call is that, as part of it,
Wait, I need to know the fucking lore behind this person. The Dragon's Treasure. Do they have like a... Do they actually have like a public facing... I thought it was just a business. Oh no. I'm looking at the Twitter banner right now, and I'm getting bad vibes already. I'm not liking this.
I told Octo something about myself that I hadn't been public about previously. Our conversation had convinced me that I had misjudged him and that I could trust him with this information, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll come back to this in a few minutes. After our call, we pinned comments under our respective videos reminding our audiences not to harass the other and decided—
Oh my god, they're cheap reviews posting. Not nearly as extreme, okay? Not nearly as extreme, but they absolutely are cheap reviews posting. Those look like school desks. This is like borderline Shota, right? This is like softcore Shota. Okay. Maybe starting to see what's going on here. Maybe starting to see what's going on here. Oh my god, it is actually cheap reviews shit. Question for chat. Was this angle and shot necessary for the plot? Explain your reasoning.
to bury the hatchet. He gave me his blessing to react to any of his videos with the stipulation that Walt be excluded from any such streams. I agreed, and we went our separate ways. Octo alludes repeatedly to a truce we made at this point, but there was no such agreement. We didn't need a truce. I simply thought I'd misjudged him, and he was feeling so good after our call that he told his whole Discord server how much fun it was to talk to me, even suggesting that we could be on a podcast together. But in the weeks following our call, his posting got increasingly inflammatory until finally, following the reveal of God of War Laufey at the 2026 State of Play, there was a massive backlash with countless right-wing grifters claiming that the protagonist had been deliberately made ugly for some reason. Now, let's stop here for a moment because I'm going to be engaging with this argument briefly, but I do not want to grant the premise. The idea that this character is in any way ugly is ridiculous. Sure, she doesn't look like she's 20 years old, but that's because she's not meant to be. She's a mother. She's based on an actress in her 40s, and she looks just like her. Octo claims in his video that I got mad because he didn't find her attractive, which is bullshit. I don't care that he's not subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted multiple people complaining about her design and was hanging out in the replies to this post by right-wing Twitter provocateurist tourist rock solid, bemoaning the uglification of art and the deliberate agenda being inserted into games. He had a
I mean, just go at it and say that women should be able to look diverse in in art, like movies and media and stuff like that. Like, that's the way you should go at it. Dude, some of these fucking
but
angles
he's
just
not
bad.
subjectively attracted to her. I got mad because he retweeted multiple people.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. So, this is not attractive, okay? That is just not. It's just not. But the way that the eyes are coming down, the fucking, I guess the bags underneath them as well, the fucking pudginess around there, I guess moles, it just looks unhuman. And then the hair looks wiry and ugly as well, because it's made like a certain way, you know? The real actress looks attractive. When you port it over to 3D in the fucking game, I didn't know why you try and fucking debate this. Just say that women should be allowed to look in many number of different diverse ways, right? As men are allowed to in media. And having an expectation that women are going to be gorgeous in all forms of media is probably going to drive, like, really fucking unhealthy attitudes from men towards women and women towards themselves. Like, that's the thing to fucking debate on. Why the fuck are you saying, actually, she's really hot. Actually, she's really hot. What? It's just not true. My fucking god. Oh, fuck me.
People complaining about
I don't want to get too misogynistic with it, and I don't even mean it in a misogynistic way, but there is a certain type of engagement that some women have with criticisms like that, where a woman gets called ugly, and they have to defend to the nth degree that somebody might find her attractive. It feels like there's something very psychological going on there, you know? It feels like there's something very, very psychological going on.
About her design and was hanging out in the replies to this post by a right-wing.
It would be like the same thing as a guy getting mocked for having a small cock, and then you have like a bunch of guys really aggressively trying to argue in the comment section that actually that might be that penis might be big to a woman somewhere. Listen, everybody's different. Everybody's got different shapes, different sizes. Okay. To some woman somewhere, that might be the perfect size, actually. You know? Kind of seems like maybe a little bit of a touchy subject for you, you know?
Twitter provocateurist rock solid, bemoaning the uglification of art and the deliberate agenda being inserted into games. He had a back and forth with someone whose account is unfortunately inaccessible now, but what finally...
Damn, I thought Dickers had retired. To be honest, looking back at it, I should have just put up a YouTube community post. Yeah, a Discord announcement was not nearly enough.
Got me to chime in was this tweet, which reads, purposefully making a character look older and less attractive when she's supposed to be a literal goddess and her actress is actually attractive IRL is an attempt to uglify art. It's not a hard concept to grasp. Generally, it's done by people who are insecure about their own looks and wish to make gods and heroes look less attractive in order to make themselves feel better. There are many forms of this and several other motivations, which all intersect. But it's a general problem that's spread in Western artistic pursuits for some time now. Why else do you think Eastern games don't have this problem? This was so ridiculous to me, a human being with eyes, that I quote retweeted it with a photo comparing the in-game model to the actress she's based on and said, how was he not deeply embarrassed by this behavior? He replied in his usual nice guy tone, walking back his claim from, this is a deliberate attempt to uglify Western art as a result of the woke agenda, to, I think they could have done a better job with the character model. He said he thought the actress looked prettier in real life, and when I pressed him, he admitted that he just meant the new design had new lines and wrinkles that weren't there previously. So now,
I mean, that just seems to be kind of true, yeah?
now we've gone from the deliberate...
I think what's happened here, okay, if I have to be, like, super fucking honest. Oh my god, what's that fucking, what's that photo shoot with all of those actors that look super realistic? Okay. Photo shoot. Celebrities. Up close. What's it gonna be, natural? Candid? Hold on. Oh, people have got to know what I'm talking about. Right? Please tell me that you know what I'm talking about. Fuck. Let me scroll through Google Images real quick to try and find it. This might be it. Is it Sarah Hasted? Right? I'm talking about these kind of images. There were some famous examples, but there was a huge photo shoot that was done with a bunch of famous celebrities, where it was really, really close to their face. their face was really, really well lit, and they just end up looking kind of weird, right? They just end up looking kind of strange. Martin Schuller. Yes, that's the one. Okay, thank you. Right? And I think what has happened with this, with the character design there, is that they might have done some kind of scan to really accurately find this woman's face and what it looked like, to be able to port it over. Right? But the problem they've done is they've done this kind of scan where they do get all of the nooks and crannies and crevices, and they get it into, like, hyper fucking detail. But as soon as you port it into a video game, it starts looking slightly weird and uncanny, right? Because you're not used to seeing that level of detail. It's usually from further away, you know, usually a lot of these different lines and imperfections and stuff get fucking lost, or you're looking at, like, movie cameras where stuff might have been, like, smoothed over and stuff. Do you know what I mean? But it looks realistic, but in a way that your eyes aren't really used to, especially from that distance, if that makes sense. That's the best kind of thing that I can... That's the idea that's, like, bounced around in my head when I'm thinking about what the fuck has happened here and why this woman has ended up looking so fucking ugly. But yeah, I think that's it, right?
His behavior. He replied...
It just seems like bad design is what it feels like, rather than some kind of gay attempt to make all women look ugly in all media.
In his usual nice guy tone, walking back his claim from "this is a deliberate attempt to uglify Western art as a result of the woke agenda" to "I think they could have done a better job with the character model." He said he thought the actress looked prettier in real life, and when I pressed him, he admitted that he just meant the new design had new lines and wrinkles that weren't there previously. So now we've gone from the deliberate uglification of Western art to she has some extra wrinkles on her face. And just as a quick reminder, he doesn't show any of this context in his video about me. He just claims that I imply he's a misogynist for no reason, and not because he claimed that a 40-year-old woman having some wrinkles on her face is the product of some nefarious Western plot to uglify art. He never replied.
Wait, what? I object to the idea that older equals less attractive. I mean, it just does. It just does. It just does. You can fight it all you want. You can object all you fucking want. It just does. That applies to men. That applies to women. Okay? Men might taper off a little bit easier, a little bit more graciously for how society thinks about attractiveness. But, no. Nobody's gonna look at somebody when they're, let's say, 25, 30 years old, and then look at them when they're fucking 90 and go, I think they've aged so gracefully. They look so much hotter when they're 90. Nope. Wall. Gods have been depicted as middle-aged or older for ages. I don't see any issue with how she looks. And I think hand-wringing about ugliness belies a really sinister way of thinking about / looking at women. Really? Okay.
To this tweet. At this point,
I mean, it doesn't really matter about the context there, right? You just kind of did say that about him.
I think a fair question for people who are critical of me in the situation would be, who cares? There are plenty of chuds on the internet. Why fixate on...
I think old men are more attractive than old women. Sorry. You think old men are more attractive than old women because you're gay? No. Men just taper off a little bit easier. Okay? Let's be honest. Let's not get hyper defensive about it. That's just kind of true.
On this one. Why keep up with what he's saying? And, frankly, I shouldn't have. This exchange should have been sufficient reason to disengage and move on with my life. That would have been the mature thing to do. But if I can be honest, I felt betrayed. Octo had convinced me during our call that his intentions were good. He wasn't some sort of culture warrior or bigot, but here he was, participating in a right-wing outrage campaign plucked straight out of 2016. So I'm not afraid to admit that I stayed plugged into this shit show for longer than I should have. But yet again, what I've described so far is very different from the months-long harassment campaign Octo would like you to believe I've been perpetuating all on my own. What actually happens is Octo makes a statement that I think is dumb in a public...
I like bloated mommy milkers. The kind you only get after 3 kids. See, here's the question I need to ask you though, alright? Enoch, I need to ask you real quick. Would you like bloated mommy milkers on a 25-year-old or a 35-year-old? You've only got that information to be able to choose, okay? 25-year-old bloated mommy milkers, 35-year-old bloated mommy milkers. I know what I'm choosing.
Forum, I respond, rinse and repeat. At the risk of sounding condescending, that's the entire...
You're just lying, okay? You're just lying.
Point of Twitter. The last thing that I'll say about the Lofi discourse is that the same day I quote retweeted Octo, I also quote the following. Unprivating, just to say, imagine being pregnant for 9 months and going through childbirth just to have your fuck-ass son grow up to call women hags online and throw temper tantrums over the mere presence of an attractive female protagonist who doesn't look like she's 20. This
She still thinks she's attractive? Oh my god. I mean, she's just not. She just looks weird. Is this where the left-wing media criticism is like fallen now? This is the hill they're gonna fucking die on. The Lothry woman looks beautiful. The Lothry woman is really attractive. She's not hideous, okay? She's not an old crone. She's slightly haggish. Alright? That can't be denied. There is a certain hag quality about her.
tweet was not specifically about Octorok reviews. Remember, Twitter was abuzz of people giving their takes on this discourse, and as Octo correctly pointed out in his own video, he's never called a woman a hag, quote-unquote, unironically. Instead of coming to the reasonable conclusion, then, that this tweet wasn't about him, he uses it as an example of me allegedly
bringing my family into things.
Which is such an obviously ridiculous accusation that I cannot believe people are confronting me with it unironically. This is a post about man-children online being misogynistic weirdos, and there were countless people who fit that description. His assertions that this was specifically about him, that this post constitutes bringing his mother into the discourse, and even claiming that people jokingly saying, there's still time for a late abortion, or I brought you into this world and now I'm gonna take you out, are making threats on his life, are a colossal reach at best and deliberately dishonest at worst. Octo didn't block me after the Lofi debacle, by the way. He actually blocked me after I responded to him criticizing a video about plagiarism by famous YouTuber HBomberGuy with this tweet, teasing him about a sentence in his Gerudo video that is worded suspiciously similarly to a sentence in my Tears of the Kingdom critique. Ganondorf pieces out, and Riju has the only intelligent thought in the entire game.
And honestly, there are whole scenes in this game where she's the only character who articulates an even decently intelligent thought.
Was this an example of—
What? That's your criticism? Oh my, that's your fucking plagiarism? Get the fuck out of here, alright? As the commentary arbiter for what is and isn't plagiarism, okay? Get that off my fucking desk. That's not even close to plagiarism. You both point out that it's like a strong, independent, intelligent character that comes up with good ideas. Fuck off.
Of me instigating? Yes. Was it that serious? No.
I swear to God, so many... This is the other side of the fucking coin, you know? This is like... So SK has this problem where he thinks that his, like, opinions are so intelligent that they're the objective opinion to have. And so anybody repeating what he says is just also correct, right? And then this woman is so fucking obsessed with the idea that she's so intelligent. She thinks she's the only person to spot when it's an intelligent character who leads and drives forward the plot. Fuck me, man.
Said that I didn't think it was a big deal, and if I had, I would have brought it up in my video. But he...
Wait, does she think that it's plagiarism then, or not?
No. I specifically said...
I mean... If I thought it was a big deal, I would have brought it up in my response video. Okay, so these people are both total fucking F-slows. Like, odious F-slows. Octorok makes some crazy comment about, like, a global conspiracy to make women ugly in media. And then as soon as he's confronted on it, he immediately fucking backs down. And then Skitty Bitty makes some retarded fucking accusation of plagiarism. And when she's confronted on it, she immediately fucking backs down? Huh? Dude, you've reheated other people's nachos.
That I didn't think it was a big deal, and if I had, I would have brought it up in my video. But he didn't seem to think it was very funny, and he blocked me. That's his prerogative. This is another point at which I should have disengaged, but at this point, it felt like a train wreck that I couldn't tear my eyes away from. Whether it was retweeting people unironically doing the Pokemon is for boys, which is why no one likes Meganium shtick, celebrating mass layoffs at Bungie.
Oh no, that's true actually. Meganium is for girls. Meganium hate is tied to the fact that Pokemon was a game played primarily by little boys. Little boys think spiky gators and fire breathers are cool, are cooler than flower cucumber. This is because they are correct. Is that even like a disagreeable position? I just think that's kind of true.
Doing the Pokemon is for boys, which is why no one likes Meganium shtick, celebrating mass layoffs at Bungie, or retweeting this post about the ultimate redemption of degenerate Hyrule.
Pokemon literally appeals to everyone. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong, but that's okay.
Posted by Twitter user PragerU14.
Only boys are allowed to play Pokemon.
1988, yes, really, he just seemed to keep getting worse. Lest you think this is the point at which things become completely one-sided, by the way, Octo continued to post about me both directly and indirectly multiple times from the end of May to the beginning of July. And it was at that point, just under 2 weeks ago, that things completely blew up. Two things happened on the morning of July 11th. First, Octo was complaining about Orientalism discourse again. In the replies to a tweet about the stereotypical costumes in Mario Kart World, he said, "I like how you people made up a word in the 70s to describe a completely normal phenomenon that applies to literally all foreign cultures across time and use it to justify your desire to fuck with video games made by Japanese people. What a complete waste of academic funding." I screenshotted this and posted it with the caption, "He's going so far out of his way to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was never a discussion he was even remotely capable of having at all, let alone in good faith."
Like, how? Like, maybe he's introduced some kind of, like, gay retarded opinion? Okay.
He never addressed this. The thing he latched onto was that I quote retweeted a now infamous Rock Solid post about having sex with roadkill with a screenshot of Octo's "glad to have you back" tweet from when Rock was unbanned a couple months prior. My point was not to literally suggest Octo endorsed this take, just to highlight that Octo's a big fan of this weirdo, retweets him constantly, and is openly friendly with him. Octo claims I maliciously edited the date out of this tweet to make it look like he agreed with Rock here, which is silly because this is a mobile screenshot. The date's under the tweet, but whatever. If he had an issue with the post, I wasn't gonna fight him on it. I took it down. At this point, some people in my comments were like, "Why are you tweeting about this guy so much?" Which, fair question, so in response, I quote the following. "The thing is, if Octo would simply stop posting racist and creepy shit, I would have no reason to pick on him. If..."
I don't get it, honestly. If this guy is claiming this is harassment, he's an even bigger loser. They're both claiming that they're harassing each other, is what I seem to surmise from this. Yeah. So they're both autistically hitting each other with the worst, like, F-slur softballs possible. And they're both crying about it at the exact same fucking time. The difference is that she's, like, telling people to fucking mass report his Twitter, so, yeah. Also, boys rule, so I have to take his side, you know?
After our call, he introspected a bit and moved away from reactionary politics and the culture war and focused on his interests. I would have nothing against him. But no, in the months since my video, he's retreated into his right-wing echo chamber to lick his wounds and complain to anyone who will listen about how the West has fallen and how Orientalism was invented to ruin video games or whatever. He's been totally captured, and it's sad. The thread ends with me quote retweeting one of Octo's followers who called the Gerudo sand N-words and saying, "These are your..."
Oh my god, I'm such a fucking 15-year-old boy. This is borderline psychotic. Like, you're obsessed because he was mean to Sand and was in a video. Like, come on. These are your people now. I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it.
Your people now. I hope it was worth it. Octo...
Your followers are calling the Gerudo Sand and was. And what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing.
Quote retweeted the first post in that thread saying, "So let me get this straight. You came out of our call expecting me to just..."
They literally live in the desert. No? I don't know. Okay. Never mind.
"Never have an opinion you didn't agree with ever again."
That was supposed to be a more fully fleshed out idea, but then I started off with, "They literally live in the desert." It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to make that argument.
Are you actually stupid? How many posts glorifying the assassination of political figures have you made? How many times have you called America evil? How many times have you reposted the "destroy the white race" meme? Do you think I agreed with any of that? Of course not. But I tolerated your stupid opinions because at the end of the day, you had a right to hold them. But then you saw me post about God, a fucking war of all things, and that was a step too far from you? After all the crazy shit you post, you have no capacity for self-reflection whatsoever. This post is a good segue to a couple of the more dishonest accusations Octo made against me in this video. One, that I glorified the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and two, that I'm racist against white people because I reposted a meme making fun of the ridiculous Great Replacement conspiracy theory, and furthermore, because I claim there's no such thing as white people, which is true. The idea of whiteness is an arbitrary category defined by exclusion. Different people have been considered—
Oh my fucking god, these people. I legitimately fucking hate these people. It's awful. People think that so long as something is like a fucking social construct, I mean, it doesn't exist. And then they'll still identify with gender, you know? They will still identify with gender. Holy fuck! I hate it. I fucking hate it. These people are such fucking sophists, like pseudo-intellectual retards. They got all of their political opinions from, like, I don't know, niche Twitter communities from like 5 years ago.
Great replacement conspiracy theory, and furthermore, because I claim there's no such thing as white people, which is true. The idea of whiteness is an arbitrary category defined by exclusion. Different people have been considered white at different points in history, like Irish people or Italians. When people talk about white genocide, they're not talking about an actual campaign of mass murder, they're talking about interracial marriage. When far-right freaks talk about the white race coming under threat, they're talking about white people having kids with people of color. Likewise, when far-left people talk about destroying whiteness, they're talking about dismantling the arbitrary power structures that are set up to oppress people who fall outside the also arbitrary category of white. Notably, neither of these definitions of destroying the white race include actual calls for violence. This is an accusation based on innuendo and not understanding things. But okay, what about Charlie Kirk? I mean, he straight up says I justified his murder, but let's look at the screenshots he presented as evidence. The image on the left reads, "When we decline to speak ill of the dead, it's because we have compassion for the living. In this respect, I'm sorry for Kirk's children. I don't know if Kirk was a good father, but if he was, that does little to mitigate the damage he did to other people's children." This is an excerpt from an article from The Nation called "Charlie Kirk's Legacy Deserves No Mourning," pointing out that Charlie Kirk was not, as Octo claims, a milquetoast conservative figure, but a far-right agitator, a Christian nationalist, and, as the screenshot says, an unrepentant racist, transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist. The point of this article is that Charlie Kirk being dead does not mean we have to whitewash his legacy and pretend he was some sort of saint. Saying we don't need to pretend someone was a good person just because they were murdered is obviously not the same thing as justifying their murder. This post doesn't say what Octo's claiming it does. The other screenshot is a cartoon showing the difference in treatment of MSNBC analyst Matthew Dowd.
God, like, every time there's like a major fucking news item that goes on and captures the culture, it is just like a fixation point. It's like a nexus event for the most retarded opinions you'll ever expect to fucking hear. It's like the worst discourse every single fucking time. Like, I became so fucking sick of the Charlie Kirk discourse probably about 2 weeks after the cunt was dead. I can't lie. It's like COVID. It's like, it's like COVID. After COVID, I've got no fucking, like, stamina for these long, protracted fucking culture war topics. Holy shit. Let the guy just fucking rot, okay? Let him fucking rest in peace. I can't believe I'm hearing about the fucking Kirky almost a year on.
Dowd, who was fired for criticizing Charlie Kirk's history of hate speech, pointing out that awful words can lead to awful actions, and Fox News host Brian Kilmeade, who suggested that homeless people ought to be euthanized. Dowd was fired for his comments, while Kilmeade simply...
Actually, homeless people are kind of like a social construct, you know? I think, so you can't really kill all homeless people, you know what I mean? Like, who's been considered housed and unhoused at different points of time has actually been transitive, you know? So go back, 500, 1,000 years, and somebody who owned a tent would be considered a housed nomad, right? And so, the definition, homelessness doesn't really exist.
Apologized and got right back to work. The point of this cartoon is not that Charlie Kirk's murder was justified, nor was that even the point Dowd was making. The point is that some people are treated by the media as more human, more deserving of life and dignity than others. So no, neither of these posts constitute me justifying Charlie Kirk's murder. As for this post, yes, it was very funny how Charlie Kirk assassinated started trending as a news topic on a random Thursday for no reason, months after it actually happened, complete with the exact same discourse that accompanied his actual assassination. Does this post make light of Kirk's assassination? Sure, you can argue that. Does it justify or endorse it? No. Oh, and as for the random guy who sent Octo an image of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I obviously don't condone that. I don't know this person, and they're certainly not acting on my behalf. Coming back to this post by Octo, when I woke up the next
Oh, but the person posting sand N-word is working on his behalf. I fucking hate both sides of this. It's fucking insane. I hate these people.
Morning, it had kind of blown up, and my mentions were flooded by people calling me an anti-white racist, calling me a pedo, slinging slurs at me. I got a DM telling
You got called a pedo as well? Why?
Well, calling me an...
You're a racist piece of shit. What do you think you have a moral high ground over Eddie? You don't get to cry over this shit. Oh my god, you don't get to cry over this shit. You're posting rage bait about destroying the white race. And then you're saying, actually, white people don't exist, so you can't genocide them, or some shit like that. Okay, right. And then you're crying about the reaction that you get. What do you think is gonna fucking happen? Like, you're poking the fucking bear on a platform that's been taken over largely by, like, racists, right? Literally neo-Nazis. And then you're crying and bitching and moaning that you're getting some fucking death threats? Grow up.
Anti-white racist, calling me a pedo, slinging slurs at me. I got a DM telling me to kill myself. Suffice...
You are...
Racist, calling me a pedo, slinging slurs at me. I got a DM...
You are a pathetic F-slur who deserves... Oh, Jesus Christ. You add nothing to the world and no value to the world besides bitching. Jesus Christ.
telling me to kill myself. Suffice it to
Is it violently if it's with a gun? That seems quite clean.
say I was very overwhelmed. And it was in this state of distress that I did something I shouldn't have done. I
Exit wound, I guess.
sent an @everyone ping to my Discord server and asked them to report Octo for harassment. This was stupid and
Wait,
impulsive
why?
of me to do, and I apologize. I feel lucky that my community was mature enough to not actually follow through on this instruction, and Octo didn't
Mature enough? It sounds like it's full of kids.
lose access to his account, nor was he brigaded by my
Well, you know, I may have 13-year-olds in my Discord, but I assure you, they're very mature for their age.
fans. The only reason people even know about the @everyone message, by the way, is because some washed-up right-wing drama tuber paid to access my server and distributed the screenshot. He didn't know what exactly he was looking for when he decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something was off. Despite admitting that my server is actively moderated, fully safe for work, and didn't contain anything he found objectionable, he still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under the age of 18 can use to identify themselves. This is a common practice in some Discord servers, as it makes it easier for moderators to look out for potentially problematic interactions, and
Yeah, it also makes it a lot easier for pedophiles to look after them as well. What do you mean? Like, it doesn't matter if it's fucking common. Rape of female ship captains is also common. Oh my god, it's literally like, we're all adults on the internet trying to engage with complicated political topics, and then we still resort back to, but the other kids are doing it. Mum, but the other kids are doing it. It's not that common. Fuck.
for when he decided to comb through my Discord, he just had some gut feeling that something was off. Despite admitting that my server is actively moderated, fully
Why do people call them a pedo? Probably because they're like trying to teach kids about ways to be able to get around paywalls.
safe for work and didn't contain anything he found objectionable, he still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under the age of 18 can use to identify themselves. This is a common practice in some Discord servers, as it makes it easier for moderators to look out for potentially problematic interactions, and it also helps adults in a mixed age setting tailor the tone of conversation to ensure things stay appropriate for all ages. Of the over 300 people
X is taken over by racists? Huh? Some of the biggest dramas that Elon Musk, the owner and now cult leader of X, has been in over the last like several years. I'm pretty sure that he got into a little bit of drama over the Doge stuff, with a lot of people hated on him, right? The biggest unequivocal drama that Elon Musk has had to engage with is the Indian drama. Do you guys remember that? When he wrote something in support of H-1B visas, and they had to deal with the fucking torrent of harassment from a bunch of racists on Twitter. Let's be fucking real, okay? X has had a full-on rightward shift to the point of being quite extreme far-right on some topics, right?
in my Discord, only 9 people had this role, but the line this guy and then eventually Octo ran with was that I was commanding an army of child soldiers to harass people I disagree with, which is, of course, very funny and how
Wait, what? Chud every day goes, this is all they post on Twitter, and pulls up AI videos of black men getting raped with honey. What is that description? Black men getting raped with honey in prison, and pretends that's not just his algo. What the fuck? What is Chud clicking on, dude? What? What the fuck? With honey? Isn't that like an anti-lube? Wouldn't that make it harder? I guess that's the benefit. Jesus Christ.
absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply having them in my server. I categorically reject this notion. Every space online that doesn't feature some sort of draconian age verification system will inevitably have minors in it. As a former lonely teenager, I owe so much to the adults who were patient with me and fostered safe environments online where I could be myself as I dealt with the struggles of growing up. People don't magically become full-fledged human beings the moment they turn 18. Teenagers are people too. I think anyone making sweeping statements about what will keep kids safe is being inherently dishonest. Nobody is able to ensure kids are safe online the same way they're not able to ensure they're safe at home or at school.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing you can do to 100% make sure that kids are safe online. Really? You want to use that fucking argument? How do these guys always fall back on the Nux Taku arguments every single fucking time, or on the leaflet arguments as well? It's not about making sure that kids are 100% safe online. Everybody agrees that's fucking impossible, okay? But there's ways to make it increasingly safer. Ban pedophiles from my mixed age Discord? Come on, don't be retarded. Nobody can guarantee children's safety online.
That doesn't mean we
If you think about it, molestation is kind of a social construct.
shouldn't strive to limit risk factors in situations like this, and to that end, I have removed the minor role from my server, but I don't think that will matter to the people who've already made up their minds about me. A quick glance at the comments under this video make it clear that
What the fuck? Oh my god. I've taken a break from this stuff and coming back to it, it's so fucking unhinged. I'm way too easily impressed. She's clearly fulfilling the stereotype. Stereotypes exist for a reason. Queer person behaves inappropriately towards minors. Shocking. Holy shit. In a few days, I've seen Skitty no... In the few days I've known Skitty no Titty, she was revealed to be such a vile fucking woman. Is she mentally ill or just evil? It doesn't matter. She should not have a channel or any audience, especially when there's minors. She's proven to abuse it. She needs to be stopped, like, now! 0 likes, 0 comments, okay? I'm not laughing at Skitty no Titty, okay? I'm not laughing at that, that's bad, that's wrong.
this is not about keeping anyone safe, especially since the man who made this video went on to refer to 2 community members who he identified as children by their actual names in a follow-up video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors that he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse, that decision materially endangers them more than anything I've done. This assertion that I'm looking out for kids because I'm some sort of
I don't think that he did that, did he? He referenced their names because you referenced it in the clip. You're already talking about it publicly on stream, and you're a bigger creator than he is, right? He's pulling up clips from your stream. I don't think that he's showing their username on screen, is he?
predator, and not because I was myself a survivor of CSA, is disgusting. But okay.
Oh my god, everyone's fucking raped. Everybody has been raped. It's insane. Dude. Dude, bring me the fucking, the Zelda YouTuber, and I will show you the rape.
Materially endangers them more than anything I've done. This assertion that I'm looking out for kids because I'm some sort of predator and not because I was myself a survivor of CSA is disgusting. But
when I myself have been raped? Fuck. I wish I had the Tectone clip to pull up on hand every single time this happens. When I myself have been raped.
okay, back to that @everyone message. In the hours between me sending this message and it being posted publicly, the harassment did not slow, let alone stop. It continued to intensify, and in the middle of all this, a new account called Skitty Bitty popped up and began to lob slurs at me. It wasn't anything I hadn't already heard, and I mostly found it entertaining that someone would go this far out of their way to try to hurt my feelings. But then came the reveal. Skitty Bitty posted a screenshot showing that Octo had been following along and liking their
Fuck, I've got to stop with these nicknames, man. I've got to stop with these nicknames. I'm way too easily impressed. Slitty Bitty. I had water in my mouth. I had water in my fucking mouth. Holy fuck. I need to go back.
And came the reveal. Skitty Bitty posted a screenshot showing that Octo had been following along and liking their tweets in real time. I still don't know who is behind this account, but they are my hero. Unfortunately, the Skitty Bitty account was scrubbed, save for the tweet revealing Octo liking their tweet.
Wait, no way. Slitty Bitty was one of Slitty Bitty was one of their fans? Okay, interesting.
But this was definitely the highlight of what was otherwise a very shitty day. It was about to get worse, though, as Octo decided to quote retweet this post where I made fun of the accusation that I'm racist against white people with the following. Openly hateful people like you are the reason why anti-Semitism is on the rise right now. I feel so sorry for every normal Jewish person who has to deal with you being a part of their community. You give them a bad name. Recall that earlier I mentioned I shared some personal information during my call with Octo that I'd never been open about publicly. I explained to him during our call that I deal with enough harassment from transphobes as is, so I've never been public about my ethnicity, especially since this is something that extends beyond me and implicates my family, who I obviously want to protect. Allow me to emphasize, in the midst of being dogpiled and harassed for my supposed anti-white racism and alleged support for white genocide, Octo decided to reveal to his far-right audience that I'm Jewish. It's no wonder Octo
Who?
Dogpiled and harassed for my supposed anti-white racism and alleged support for white genocide, Octo decided to reveal to his far-right audience that I'm Jewish. It's no wonder Octo
Jew doxing. We're complaining about Jew doxing now. How did he even find out this fucking information unless you said it before? I mean, you're not saying that he's revealing this stuff for the first time or like race doxing you. So presumably he's just like saying it in his video, and you've said it before publicly. Oh my god! Every time, am I right? Fuck me, man. Come on.
doesn't bring this up in his video about.
Like, it's another thing. It's like another thing, you know. If you're gonna try and rage bait over white genocide on Twitter, that's retarded in and of itself. Doing that while you're publicly Jewish, it's another level of retarded. You don't get to complain about the slurs at that point.
About me, because there's no way to spin this that doesn't make him look unbelievably ghoulish. Later that evening, Octo is in his Discord
Goyish, you could say.
server repeating his talking points about me being a vicious.
Oh, she told him she was Jewish in private and he made it public. Okay, based.
Anti-white racist. A community member asked, aren't they white? To which Octo responded, Jewish, actually. He went on to explain that he did specifically reveal this information to hurt me, claiming he did it because I was, quote, being racist towards him, end quote.
Okay. At OctoRock Reviews, what personal info did you divulge that wasn't something nobody should ever know about? Wait, when did we learn that Skitty was Jewish? The fact that they are Jewish. I did that as a response to them doing the exact same thing to me, though. They released privileged information and screenshots from this server gathered by a former member. So I said, fuck it. Why should I keep that hidden? Especially when they're being racist towards me. I kept that shit to myself through all this harassment, by the way. And when they posted screenshots of this server, I decided that they don't get to keep secrets anymore. Screw them.
And because I, quote, did the same thing, end quote. But I genuinely do not know what he could possibly mean by that. Octo's made it no secret that he's half Latino and half Italian. There is nothing even approaching an equivalent reveal of personal information on my part. He's just lying to justify outing me as Jewish to his audience of occasionally unrepentant neo-Nazis. And it worked. The harassment I've received since he released this information has intensified and taken on a new tone. And as a reminder, the guy who made my Kiwi Farms thread is still hanging out in his server at this point. It makes me sick to see him play the victim in this video over receiving a fraction of the harassment he's deliberately directed towards me. A lot of the more egregious comments on his video about me were scrubbed while I was writing this, but
I mean, is this guy doing something to be able to direct harassment? He's Jew-doxing you to be able to direct harassment. Again, you just can't get over the fact in this drama that you're the person who's added everybody in your Discord server to be able to go mass report somebody's Twitter. Like, it doesn't matter that nothing happened from it. It doesn't matter that your Discord members were more mature than you, realistically. Let's be honest. Just none of those reports went through, right? Twitter doesn't really give a fuck if you're being racist anymore. We're living in a different age where the moderation is completely different. People almost certainly did report that shit, but that's besides the point. You can't complain about harassment. You've got no evidence of him doing it, and you have screenshots of you doing it. You know?
Here's a sample of some of the things he missed, and these are just the things that got past YouTube's auto mod. Octo claims I don't refer to people like him as.
Let's see. Skitty exhibits androgen? Androgen? Oh, T-slur androgen Baphomet family vibes. Synthetic man should have 44%ified them when he could. Don't play the pronoun game. It just emboldens these people more. Call out mental sickness for what it is.
Missed, and these are just the things that got past YouTube's auto mod. Octo claims I don't refer to people like him as Nazis because I sincerely believe it. Instead, I say it to justify violence against them. But what else do you even call people like this? I've also received a fair amount of heat for referring to the people Octo pals around with as Nazi pedophiles. profiles. But I can't even count the number of times I've looked at the profile of someone he's talking to and seen wall-to-wall lolicon shit. The Tears of the Kingdom post he made to quote-unquote rage bait his audience was posted by someone called Flat is Justice. One of the main VTubers Octo's constantly replying to looks like this and has cute and funny in her bio. And if you don't know what that means, I envy you. And of course, there's Octo's sponsor, The Dragon's Treasure. Here's the collage I put together of his greatest hits for my Gerudo video.
Oh my god, let's go! I knew that this person was sus. I knew that this person was sus. Hold on. They rightfully called them a word. You people raised over $500,000 for a black kid who stabbed and murdered a white kid for no reason. Wait, what? You burned whole city blocks to the ground because billions in damage, and caused billions in damage when some career criminal OD'd on fent and blamed the cops for it. This was done by a movement they started after another lie, Hands Up Don't Shoot, that caused more city blocks to burn and billions lost, not to mention the lives. Okay, time to update the pinned post again. Hello all of you who are curious about us, or looked for reasons to hate us. Here's our big post about who we are, with all relevant links. We're an anime-based tea company, and YouTube channel. I mean, it's kind of like weird. Maybe it gives like weird vibes, but let's be fucking real. Like, that's kind of nothing, innit? Okay. Is there anything actually pedo-ish? Oh no. Flat-chested adult women no longer exist, since they got patched out in 2020. Next update, they'll be fixing the bug, where they still have voting rights. I just want them to patch out women altogether, man. You can bring them back after the meta is fixed. Okay. Cancel culture doesn't work anymore, you fucking T-slurs. Not giving children life-ruining chemicals isn't child abuse. Did you think I would cancel her code over this? Okay. Posted the N-word on Twitter. Okay, great. Not as bad as I originally thought, I'll be honest. Wait, that's that's retard? Oh my god, they blurred retard. Nice.
Video, and here are some new gems he's posted since then.
Let's go. I saw a blackface.
Collage I put together of his greatest hits for my Gerudo video, and here are some...
What the fuck is this? Of course, the person who wrote this Kirscher article is some disgusting, monstrous-looking T-slur. It's called my wife's face. I see you found my wife. All 4 of them. Kotaku is written by F-slurs for F-slurs. To call Mount poorly written isn't even worth a response. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I want to know the context behind this one. What the fuck is this? Oh, right. Okay. I think I've understood it. So this is going to be some cartoon by some racist person of a libbed up SJW type, pointing at a black woman and saying that the black woman is beautiful, when actually they're like a racist gollywog cartoon. Is that it? Right, okay. Yeah, this person is absolutely fucking insane.
New gems he's posted since then. Octo claims in his video that I harassed his sponsor when I've only directly interacted with him once in February, and any subsequent references to him have been to condemn the vile shit he posts on a near daily basis. The Dragon's Treasure is linked in the description of this video, and as a bonus, here's a screenshot of his sponsor harassing me. So no, Octorock Reviews is not some poor little centrist whose every attempt at making peace was thwarted by my relentless drive to harass him for no reason. Were there times when I instigated when I shouldn't have? Yes. Should I have moved on from this months ago? Also yes. Was it wrong to send?
Yeah, a leaflet stan account, a lot of the people that they interact with, I've got a very, very low opinion of. But, yeah, I don't know if I've seen direct evidence of them posting lolly pedophile stuff before, but it gets very, very close, you know? It gets very, very close. Not quite chibi reviews, but I'd say chibi reviews centered, you know?
Send out that at everyone message. Also,
You can smell the cum.
Also, yes, but does any of this justify the level of vitriol and hate speech I've received from Octo's community? No! Let me make myself clear. This is over. I do not want anyone from my community interacting with Octorock reviews or anyone else I mentioned in this video. I do not want to talk about this ever again. I want to end this video with an apology. Not to Octo, but to my audience. I didn't demonstrate the maturity in the situation that you should be able to expect from me. I acted impulsively, and I continued to engage with him long after I should have stopped. I'm sorry. My sincere hope is that the lessons I've learned from this situation will allow me to become a better version of myself. But if I've lost your trust, I understand. All I can do now is move on from this, get back to my work, and finish the video you've all been waiting for. I promise it will be worth the wait. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I kind of doubt it. Okay, right. Let's get towards the end. We've got 2 more videos left to go, and then we'll have covered the entire Skitty Bitty saga. Okay? Alright, let's get the Harmful Opinions video. I can't fucking stand this type of person. It's like, I thought that these people died at some point, like during COVID. I didn't think they existed after the fact. Very, very sad. Fuck it! Let's go for it.
But feeling that something was off.
Dear Skitty Bitty, I'm sorry that whatever happened to you in the past has...
Dickers, as somebody who was obsessed with Dragon's Treasure, he has, to my knowledge, never posted anything explicit. However, he very clearly doesn't care about Lolly. Yeah, maybe that's probably the same vibe that I picked up on. Like, he runs in those circles. He kind of swims in those waters. But I don't think I've seen anything directly from him. Like, if somebody's got Dragon Treasure in their bio as like a promo code, I think less of them. I kind of know where the fuck they are. You know what I mean? But no. The brand in and of itself, I think I've seen anything fuck from them.
Warped your perspective on what's acceptable or not. Perhaps that...
It's kind of like, if you could imagine a clothing brand that is almost exclusively worn by pedophiles, you know? Let's say that, you know, Jimmy Savile, Jeffrey Epstein, the fucking Subway guy, those guys are all rocking the exact same type of fucking Nike shoes, you know? Like, the exact same exclusive type of Nike shoes that you've got to have a private agreement with Nike to be able to, like, own and wear. Everybody else that you start seeing wearing that type of shoe, lock them up, you know? Better safe. Wood chipper, you know what I mean? Teddy Fresh, in the exact same way that somebody wearing Teddy Fresh is probably fucking Zionist. Yeah.
That can be seen to not be your fault. However, it is still a problem nonetheless. And I'll talk about this again shortly, but first I need to talk about your brief coverage of me and my output in your recent video. Strangely, even the tiniest details that you have no reason to deceive anyone about are false. Of me taking a peep at your Patreon Discord server, you say that I had no idea what I was looking for, and that I was simply coming through.
He didn't know what exactly he was looking for when he decided to comb through my Discord. He just had some gut feeling that something was off.
No, I knew exactly what I was looking for, as is clear from my video.
So I take a quick peep at Skitty's Patreon Discord, and I do one search. I type report into the bar, and
Skitty Bitty suggests that my criticism of their use of a minor tag in their Discord is ridiculous pearl clutching.
He still decided to pearl clutch over there being an optional role that people under the age of 18 can use to identify themselves.
Yet claimed that to the end of child safety, they have abolished that role.
Nobody is able to ensure kids are safe online the same way they're not able to ensure they're safe at home or at school. That doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to limit risk factors in situations like this, and to that end, I have removed the minor role from my server.
So it's ridiculous pearl clutching that Skitty agrees with? In some attempt to counter it,
oh,
Skitty...
fuck. I was too consumed with calling them a fucking, like a retard and a pedo that I didn't pick up on that. Okay, nice. So wait, what? Okay. Yeah, actually you're pearl clutching. Actually you're right.
Refers to me calling what they're doing commanding an army of child soldiers as being very funny.
But the line this guy and then eventually Octo ran with was that I was commanding an army of child soldiers to harass people I disagree with. Which is, of course, very funny in how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is.
It is. I'm glad you agree with me.
Now onto the title of this video, which you might be saying, why have you done that? That's horrible. That's too extreme, blah, blah, blah. It's really funny.
Which is, of course, very funny in how absurdly dramatic and self-serious it is, but the accusation it represents is that I'm in some way endangering minors by simply having them in my server.
That is literally the opposite of truth. I specifically state that that is not the problem.
Does welcome minors. Generally, I'd say do not do that. But if you do and everything's clean, okay.
Jumping in post real quick, totally ruining the vibe of the video to add something I think is important. I said the problem was two things. The minor role, which apparently Skitty agrees with, and content Skitty was directing users to by pinging everyone. Skitty is adamant that there was nothing inappropriate for kids in there ever, but there's a problem. Skitty didn't just say report, Skitty instructed everyone to go and look at everything on Octo's account. What's on Octo's Twitter? What's it all covered in, according to Skitty Bitty?
I've also received a fair amount of heat for referring to the people Octo pals around with as Nazi pedophiles, but I can't even count the number of times I've looked at the profile of someone he's talking to and seen wall-to-wall lolicon shit.
Linking to and instructing people to look at someone's interactions when they interact with wall-to-wall lolicon shit accounts doesn't sound very fucking safe for work or appropriate.
Dickers, hold on, to be fair. You can make a legitimate point and still pearl clutch, like criticizing a bad action, but making it a mountain instead of a molehill. No, I think the insinuation with pearl clutching, usually, is that you shouldn't actually care about it, right? You're making a point that isn't actually that serious and is usually quite mundane, right? That shouldn't be taken seriously.
For kids to me.
Skitty Bitty decides to appeal to YouTube comments for some reason.
A quick glance at the comments under this video make it clear that this is not about keeping anyone safe.
You are supposedly an adult in their mid-20s. Stop with this playground click. Look who he's with, look who she's with shit. Skitty Bitty then says something incredibly bizarre about my last video.
Especially since the man who made this video went on to refer to two community members who he identified as children by their actual names in a follow-up video, even showing their usernames on screen. If he's so concerned about minors that he's convinced are vulnerable to abuse, that decision materially endangers them more than anything I've done.
More dangerous than anything you've done. That was me showing you doing that. You've actually done that around 100 times. And wait, hang on. This is a point about the identifiability of minors. I thought that was pearl clutching. I thought that was ridiculous. Now let's talk about what Skitty Bitty says about the contents of that video. The one they've apparently seen because they're talking about it. Skitty Bitty defends themselves by saying, wait a second. Skitty Bitty doesn't address anything in that video. I recommend watching it yourself, but I'll summarize quickly here. I found that Skitty Bitty was directly instructing individual minors on how to make a purchase, how to buy access to their private Discord server via Patreon without their parents knowing, calling it the Skitty Bitty strat, and recommending using it for whatever else as well. Many people have defended it by saying, well, a kid could figure it out on their own, so whatever. Kids can look at porn on their own as well. But if an adult shows it to them, you break their legs. Similarly, kids, even kids as young as 13, as Skitty was instructing, can figure out how to get around their parents. But if a fucking YouTuber is instructing them on how to do that, how to keep secrets that will be shared with that YouTuber, that is beyond a red flag. This is a YouTuber who covers children's games trying to architect a scenario where they have dirt that would get a minor in trouble with their parents, and attempting to profit off of doing that. Even if a YouTuber...
Or it's like, you don't even know what circumstance that person is in. You know what I mean? Like, encouraging, with absolutely no knowledge about their family dynamic, encouraging them to do something like that and to try and branch out and, like, take some fucking risks or something like that. It's just always going to be a fucking mistake, you know? It's always going to be a fucking mistake.
YouTuber doesn't do anything more than that. They have still engaged in predatory behavior. They're also an extreme liability for any platform they're on. Oh, but I know this person. They only have fucking good in their heart. No, you don't, you parasocial retard. Any YouTuber, any fucking freak online trying to pull that shit for any reason, one and done. Over. Get a fucking sense of perspective. This little fight with Octorok reviews is funny, it's fun. I repped on his video on stream. This stuff, though, is no joke. Do not care why someone is doing it. Do not care what YouTube comments are saying. Do not give a fuck what threads on drama and gossip websites are saying about someone. Does not modify what has occurred. Does not change the fact that Skitty Bitty can't see anything wrong with such behavior from a YouTuber. When brought up to them, merely describing it as innuendo. If you believe a kid is at risk, by all means, provide them resources. If necessary, contact CMEC or your national equivalent. A YouTuber should never, ever be directly instructing a kid on how to bypass their parents' wishes to give them money, whether it then occurs or not. No. Hard fucking no.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I don't think you can even. Can you? I'm trying to think of a counterexample there, because I don't usually like these hard and fast rules that people try and make for this stuff. I think that's probably just right. I think that's probably just as a blanket. I would say as a blanket principle rather than maybe like a rule. Yeah, okay. Yeah, YouTubers or adults online trying to teach kids how to get around their parents, their parents' safeguards. Probably always going to be bad. Yeah, probably always going to be fucking bad. Especially when you got something to gain. You know? It's like letting them into your community space that you reasonably know as well that the child would not, or that the parents wouldn't want their child in. You know? Even if that is like a fucking gay space or something like that, it's just so fucking retarded, man. It's so fucking bad. Okay. Nice. We've got one last video in the saga. No more skitty bitty videos. Let's have a gander. Let's have a look. Let's follow the law.
This morning it was brought to my attention that my favourite media critic and most media literate man in the world has once again stepped in to bat for and sweep things up for their friend Skitty Bitty. I'm pretty sick of this stuff, but I feel, sorry, you know, in my heart, that it would be a good idea.
Dickers, the only exception is abuse. Oh. But even then, you can't handle that. You tell them to contact their therapist/teacher, and in case circumstances, you contact CPS. Oh. You're talking about if a child is being abused, you've got an exception to that because you can teach them how to report it. Yeah. That makes sense.
Here to go one last time. Try and hammer this into some heads. Because the cleanup campaign is so outrageous. In a publicly published post on Blue Sky, Anthony Gramuglia has told the world, so Skitty said on a livestream once that someone in chat who said they didn't have a credit card, that they could buy a Visa credit card to get into their Discord as a joke, but then pivoted to discussing how buying a Visa card can help someone out if their parents were homophobic and controlling. And that's literally everything. A joke turned into practical advice for living with an abusive parent. Textbook pedo jacketing. Almost everything in this statement is so beautifully, perfectly, carefully wrong. The very first thing said that it happened once. No, I spelled this out myself already, but let's go through it again.
Dude, every time that Anthony Gramuglia wades into talking about drama, it's bad. It's bad. And I'll tell you what, okay? Because I don't hate Ant as much as other people do. I've shit talked him a lot on stream, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sidestep that. But it's like, if you're gonna engage with drama, like, get it right, you know? I'm saying this for entertainment purposes more than anything, to be honest. But he's starting to get a little bit of the Tommy C factor going about him, I think. Like, he just gets things wrong again and again and again. And so it's kind of boring. It's kind of boring to even hear him engage with it. Like, you can say that it was a joke, but she said immediately after, it's a joke, well, it's kind of not. And then walks through with, like, a 13-year-old about how they can get into, like, paywalled areas, like, communities that they know that their parents wouldn't be okay with. Just don't get that involved with kids, I think. Probably. Just don't get that involved with kids.
Very, very slowly, and with a bit more detail because these people thrive on wiggle room. I'll censor the kids' names this time as a courtesy when previously I was just censoring the usernames. This is pretend OPSEC, because if I even quote Skitty Bitty, you are equally far away from having all the information.
How's it going, Federal Ripe? Tommy C Factor? You mean the guy who's predicted every fate in the commentary community? That's true. I should put some more respect on his name, you know? The original drama cast, don't forget. He doesn't. Includes it in the start of every single live stream.
As you are if I have their name on my video, from an OSINT perspective. The place you have to go to identify them and their accounts is controlled by Skitty Bitty. I can't do anything about that. So let's look at the two examples already mentioned. And I'm going to dumb it down as far as I can. Really spell things out. These people seem to have an issue where they can't hold a lot of information in their head at the same time. So instead of just talking about it generally, I'll present it as a story. A little bit more of a chronological approach to why it looks so weird to me. Here's the tale of Kid 1. This kid was a regular chatter, and Skitty took a little bit of personal interest in them, would engage and ask a little bit about their life.
Oh, he's got siblings. Are you the youngest? Or you have a little bit of youngest sibling energy, I'm not gonna lie.
Nothing horrible. If I'm gonna be a total tight ass, I think information extraction should be at an absolute minimum. I'm just showing there's a growing familiarity, and a really strong awareness that this person is quite young.
My childhood, and you are a child.
Over the months, this kid's age would come up many times in the stream, and the way they referred to would shift from being a child to being Skitty's child.
Is up there. It is my child. Be nice to. That's my son.
Maybe to you that's just a cute thing to do on stream, an adult streamer referring to a specific kid viewer as their child. For my taste, that's a bit iffy in terms of encouraging parasocial feelings and whatnot. I start to get a little bit further put off when I hear slips like this. Talking to someone else, they reference Kid 1.
You played a lot of the Nintendo Land Pikmin attraction as a kid and teen. Are you telling me you're not a teenager? I was sure you were one of my friends about age. I say friend, one of my fans about age.
Just a slip of the tongue, friend, fan, both start with F. How about when Skitty told the stream that they see this kid in their dreams?
Dream Bonanza was already out. Famous chatter was there. I don't remember why.
It says something horrible about your psychology if you're having chatters in your fucking dreams. It says something really fucking bad about your psychology. Oh my fucking god. That is your life then. That is your life like 24/7. Individual chatters, you're seeing them in your fucking dreams. You've got nobody in real life. I understand now why so many of these freaks are so... They place so much fucking value on online spaces. I think we spoke about some of the stuff during the Nuxtaku stuff, and it's obviously not to that same degree, but I think some of these people see that they are in a certain position in life, right? Where they've kind of got no friends. They've probably, I don't know if they've got like a good relationship with their family or not. It's kind of difficult to be able to tell, right? But then they spend the vast majority of their time online. And maybe they justify it and say that they had to do it to be able to find some queer community or something. And then they retroactively apply that to other kids, or sorry, to apply that to children, to then say, well, I had that, right? This is the way that I live right now. This is an acceptable way to live. And getting kids into that way of life is kind of like, it's kind of reassuring that you didn't fuck up and it's a normal route, it's a normal path. I think there's a degree of that plays into it as well. You know? I think there's a degree of that plays into it.
Have I reached peak YouTuber status when my chatters begin to appear in my dreams?
I think this is pretty...
If I said I've seen Dickers, Queeman, Chud in my dreams, I haven't. I'd be banned from this community forever. Justly so.
Pretty much the final boss of encouraging parasocial feelings in kid viewers. I would ask you to imagine me identifying repeatedly in my streams a young teen viewer, starting to call them my child, and then talking about how I see them in my dreams. From my perspective, that's pretty nuts. And this kid was one of the individuals advised on the Visa gift card strategy. After Skitty promos their Patreon and private Discord, this kid asks, what if I only have physical money?
What if you only have physical money? Buy a Visa gift card, and then use that money to get a Patreon.
Unlike the other example,
I've seen Dickers in my dreams. Beckett as well, actually. Really? 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 I think that's just like an indication of like spending way too much time online. I think, man, you should be seeing like celebrities at the most in your dreams. Maybe your friends and family as well. I don't know. If you spend a particular amount of time online, you'll probably end up seeing people from online in your dreams as well. Maybe it's not the most weird things. Have you ever seen Babka in my dreams? I have never seen Babka in my dreams, despite knowing what Babka looks like. Okay? I've never seen Aiden in my dreams. I've never seen Queeman in my dreams. I've never seen Chud in my dreams. Would I say that I've never seen anybody from online in my dreams ever? Maybe not. I don't know. Because I think actually thinking about it now, I've had dreams where I've been streaming. Right? And so maybe I've done like a segment talking about, I don't know, like Tectone or something in my dreams. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing streaming every single day though, you know, I think that's a little bit more excusable.
We'll look at, this one is not specifically about bypassing parents, and it's actually the other elements before that I think get really weird.
Dude, I hate Tectone so much, I'm literally A-logging him in my fucking dreams as well, you know? It's not something I do. It's like a lifestyle for me.
However, I should mention that while the...
Like, I'm like Freddy Krueger. I'm Freddy Krueger of drama streamers. I'm getting through to Tectone streams as well. I've never interacted with this guy ever. I've never fucking pinged him. I don't think I've ever fucking like commented or replied. And yet I somehow word has reached him about my hatred for him, and he's ended up manually going through and blocking me on Twitter. I'm getting through to him. I'm getting through to him.
The other example we're going to look at today was directed at another kid in the chat.
You think Tectone was fucking psychotic when he was already raping his girlfriend? Just wait for a few months, okay? Just wait for a few months when he's too afraid to sleep. Otherwise, he's gonna see me in his dreams.
That Kid 1 was present while that advice was given. What I've just shown you is the second time they've heard that advice from Skitty Bitty. And the first time they heard it was in the context of making sure your parents don't know. The second time you can try and play off as, oh, it was just an off-the-cuff hee-hee-ha-ha joke with nothing further around it. The first time that kid that Skitty is very, very weirdly parasocial with in their streams, I don't think you can do that with. So here's our second story. Kid 2. As I've pointed out before, Kid 2 is even younger than Kid 1. Skitty is well aware of this and inquired about it 4 days prior to the incident we're going to talk about next.
I mean, if he says he's not 11, he must not be.
Listen, he said he's younger than is 14.
In March last year, this kid tells Skitty Bitty that their parents would kill them if they knew who they were watching. Personally, my reaction would be, good to know. Banned. Skitty, however, decides to challenge this.
Your parents would kill you if they knew who you were watching. Why would they do that?
The kid responds by saying, my parents are homophobic extremists, mostly my mom. Off the back of that, Skitty says, I'm sorry about your parents. Hope you can hold in there until you get out of there or they improve. It's good you're being exposed to people your parents tell you to hate, especially me, because I'm cool.
I'm glad to hear that you are immersing yourself in a media environment where you can be exposed to the kinds of people that you're told that you need to hate, because I would say that gay and trans people are actually pretty cool. At least in my experience. At least when it comes to me, I'd say I'm pretty cool. I'm sorry. But I hope that you can hang in there until you are able to get out of there. And or I hope that they get their skit together.
You need to not forget that the dynamic here is an online entertainer talking to a child in their audience directly, giving a vulnerable person validation in front of an audience. Perhaps now feeling encouraged, the kid overshares wildly in the public chat, saying, they love me, but I don't feel loved, which is sad. It's complicated. Maybe I'm just spoiled. I don't know. Very sad if true. Maybe a moment to say like, hey, you're not in trouble, but you need to cool it in this public chat. Here's some stuff that might help you if you're having real trouble. Instead, we do get some intervention, but not that. 10 minutes later, after a plug of the Patreon and private Discord, Kid 2 says, I would join the Patreon, but I don't have a credit card, so... And Skitty, having just 10 minutes earlier expressed their happiness that Kid 2 has found them as an influence away from their parents, specifically them, says this.
Anyway, I mean, if you want to join the Patreon, but you don't have a credit card, what you should do is you should buy yourself a Visa gift card at a store. I'm joking mostly.
Hesitation.
But I'm actually not really joking.
And then the full set.
Wait, what? Anthony Gramulio assured me that this was a joke. What do you mean, not joking? What do you mean half joking, but not really?
And the full commit. It is broadened and then explained it can be used for other things.
Aiden dreams of parry. Aiden has nightmares of soul, I hear.
But it is still talking about that.
If you are a child and you have crazy homophobic parents and you need to buy anything really, you should buy a Visa gift card, because you could just spend that on anything. You can do that.
Skitty Bitty moves on to talk about their use of weed. Kid 2 is still talking about the payment thing though, and it's made crystal clear, contrary to some claims, that this was not merely about how to pay if you don't have a card. It is specifically about dodging parents' awareness. Kid 1 is the person in red here, by the way. The one Skitty claims to have dreamt about, and who they would also advise on the same method of joining their Patreon and entering the private Discord 3 months after this. I think there's a little bit more to this.
An element I haven't seen anybody mention is the danger of interacting with kids that vent about their parents, is that you're risking damaging their family. Oh, fuck. Like, let's be honest, we were all 14 once, and we all hated our mom, and talks about how unfair they were. You risk feeding into that delusion in times like these. Oh, fuck. I mean, that's... The difficulty for me, okay? The difficulty for me is that I would just have a blanket expectation of do not interact with kids online, right? Don't have them in your fucking servers, because then you don't need to like navigate this fucking minefield about whether you're interacting with this child in like an appropriate, healthy way, right? Because I don't want to fucking navigate that. I don't have to think about, well, you know, should I encourage that? Well, your mum's really unfair. Well, you know, how are other people on the server going to engage with them after that fact? It's not fucking worth it. Just like stay well clear. Just don't have kids in your spaces.
This, then a joke turned into practical advice for living with an abuse.
I could see that being a concern, though. You know, you only hear half of the story, and so you end up kind of like gaslighting a kid into having a more damaging relationship with their parents. I could 100% see that happening.
Abusive parent. No, Anthony, they were talking directly to a child who had just told them minutes earlier that their parents didn't even want them watching. Because they are that supposedly hypothetical person. No matter how much anyone wants to try to spin it, a streamer becomes aware of someone in their chat saying their parents don't want them to watch, that is pounced on, and within minutes they're giving advice on how to get into a private space they control. I'm sorry, that is reality. A streamer immediately shit-talking a young viewer's parents, reinforcing this idea, suggesting it's going to be good when they can get away from them, or when they change, to be fair, on the back of 2 messages, specifying it's not even necessarily both of their parents. Then, not providing resources, not even just providing access to that private Discord for free, for instance, which would still be weird, but giving advice on how to do an act that their parents wouldn't like, that the stream...
I mean, this is what I said to begin with, right? You're so desperate for that $3 a month that you want to get this kid to, like, reach into their pocket with their own pocket money. Huh? Arguably, it points towards a less nefarious purpose, you know? You just basically, you're on that fucking grind set, you know what I mean? Just a little greedy. Just a little bit greedy.
Streamer would then know about a shared secret creating a special kind of connection. We are in beyond red flag territory. The edgier than thou fella accused me of fear-mongering about private spaces.
Wait, hold on. Max has just sent me a quick little tweet. I think, is this Skitty B? Is this what she looks like? Is this her? Born to groom girls in Roblox, cursed to be a woman. Federal rape, your Twitter algorithm is actually fucked. I don't know how the fuck you always find shit like this to send me. You need to, like, make a brand new account and probably wipe all your cache as well. Holy fuck.
Suggesting the implication was, ooh, what could be going on in there? I don't think I made it clear enough. Yes, something bad can happen anywhere. The question is, if a kid has a YouTuber enticing them to further and further rebel against their parents directly, if something bad does happen, who can they tell? The strategy of creating a wedge, creating a barrier like this, or attempting to, that would mean they'd hesitate to tell their parents about what they've been doing, is classic predatory behavior. I'm sorry if you don't like to hear that. Oh, and there's a particular term I think I should share that stuck in my mind from when I talked to a person I used to know from my caring days.
The FBI have checked in on me and said I was clean. I'm not really talking about the FBI. I'm talking about probably like something closer to a mental health professional, something like that. Listen, we'll get you sectioned, we'll get you Baker acted, we'll have you evaluated, and then we'll see. Fair?
I wasn't a carer for kids. My clients were people with spinal injuries. But I knew she was all on this stuff, you know, not on the web. But the term she used was boundary testing. And apparently that, combined with any sort of push to get that person into a more private venue, is like, fuck no, red alert. I got radicalized. And
wait, hold on.
Person I used to know from my caring days. I wasn't a carer. Who can they tell? The strategy of creating a wedge, creating a barrier like this, or attempting to, that would mean they'd hesitate to tell their parents about what they've been doing, is classic predatory behavior. I'm sorry if you don't like to hear that. Oh, and there's a particular term I think I should share that stuck in my mind from when I talked to a person I used to know from my caring days. I wasn't a carer for kids. My clients were people with spinal injuries. But I knew she was all on this stuff, you know, not on the web. But the term she used was boundary testing. And apparently that, combined with any sort of push to get that person into a more private venue, is like, fuck no, red alert. I got radicalized. Anyway, that's probably going to be all. Nothing else to say, but I see such fucking crazy sweeping. Gotta say something at least one more time. Take it easy.
Okay. Nice. There we are. That's it. Boundary testing. And thinking about what that looked like. I think if you're looking to enter into some kind of romantic relationship, yeah, you want to see if the person is on the same wavelength as you, right? Yeah, I mean, when you're doing it to kids, I literally don't know any other way to be able to describe that. Sure, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Would I consider that boundary testing, or is that a little bit too close? I think that might be a little bit too far for what I see there. You know, usually with boundary testing, I think you're gonna be looking for like signs of intimacy. Maybe you're talking about, you know, them opening up and sharing more personal information. I think that's just shit that you would have in the normal course of conversation, though. Man, yeah. I mean, okay. So, I wouldn't say that Skitty Bitty is actually grooming anybody, right? I would say, unironically, somewhat similarly to Nuxtaku, right? You have been potentially increasing the risk factor for children. And so, if grooming were to have happened in your Discord server, you would have facilitated that grooming. Right? But I mean, they've changed it up and they've stopped doing that shit now. Dude, I don't know. It's just so much easier to not interact with kids. Don't ask about their mum and dad. If they talk about their mum and dad, just fucking ignore them. It's so fucking easy. I don't know why people want to have these kind of conversations with kids, like relive their own childhood. I don't know. But the more that I kind of go through this shit, I guess, and think through it more and more, the more that I just think that anybody who is a YouTuber or streamer who predominantly makes content about children's properties, I just increasingly look at with like some kind of suspect kind of view, you know? I think we basically had it right in 2016, where we assumed that all Minecraft YouTubers were pedophiles. But now we just got to extend it to Pokemon, Zelda, you know. I don't fucking Steven Universe, shit like that. Basically, anybody who makes content about that, probably a pedophile. Or they've picked up kind of social mores and standards from people who are pedophiles, you know? Like the whole idea of having minors identified in your servers, it's not for safety. It's not for safety. A pedophile has come up with that, and when people ask them, "Well, dude, what the fuck? Why do you have like a server in your a role in your Discord server, explicitly identifying who all the kids are?" It's for safety. It's for safety. I swear. It's to keep the kids safe. Oh, damn, that's a good idea. I'll do that too. I guarantee that's how that shit fucking started, and now you've convinced a bunch of normal people to be able to do it as well. Hey, hidden pedo tech. That's how they get you. You know, that's how they get you. Dicker's boundary testing in a predatory sense is the following, actually. Asking about family and prying into their interests, info, blah blah. Skitty definitely doing that first step. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like you just having a conversation. You know? It can have like an innocent... I understand what you're saying. It can have a nefarious angle to it, but it can also have an innocent purpose as well. You know? I understand it from the outside in. As a normal, like, human being, it's difficult to be able to tell, but, you know. Anyway, there we are. Look, I am going to call it quits tonight. Listen, you're not going to have to wait for an extra day to be able to get a stream, okay? I'm not going to do an annoying fucking schedule. What I am going to do instead, especially since I'm catching up on a bunch of stuff, and I think I did say I was going to stream yesterday, I'm going to stream tomorrow. So I will be back, okay? I pinky promise. And we've probably got a bunch of stuff to be able to go over as well, okay? But that's going to be it. And I'm going to say bye and thank everybody who's come and watched today, okay? Extra to that, I want to thank everybody who's liked the stream. I hugely appreciate it. It matters more than you know. Helps an awful lot, okay? And most of all, I want to thank everybody who has donated, okay? So that's going to be Will Is Me, Anyaki, Spitfire, Dan Mack. This comment will be deleted. Shimo RHD, Lizzie, Will Is Me, Scallywag, Corgod, ZM Punk, Remnant, New Pigger, and that is everybody. All right. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Pinky promise. Join the Discord if you want to see announcements when I go live. All right. Otherwise, I'll see you guys later. All right. Gonna rate you guys out into harmful opinions, and then that's gonna be it. Okay. Wait, am I not following harmful opinions on this? Oh, never mind. That stream's over. Okay, nice. Gonna raid you guys into Aiden. Have fun. Lots of love. See you soon. Bye. Don't forget to dream of me. You're a fucking creep.